Hey guys, welcome back. I need to do this, and there we go. So I paused the game when I had to run out, and we are. I have to change this. So I paused the game when I had to run out, and mute that so we don't double up. Cool. All right. So anyway, yes, I paused the game when I had to run out, and I have returned to continue. I think we're just about the end of this chapter. And there might be an outside chance we might finish this game today. We're going to have to see how the timing goes. But yeah, anyway, let's continue because I'm very curious.
Or you'll spend the rest of your life as a meter maid.
Oh.
Mr. Wayne is under agency protection, and you know it.
What?
You've known it for some time.
Waller and the agency, they're not always gonna be around to save you, Wayne. One day, you're gonna run out of favors to call in. And when you do, there'll be hell to pay.
I'm not a criminal, Gordon.
Officers, please.
He's involved. He belongs in a cell.
This is neither your concern or your purview. Go home, Gordon. You're done here.
The hell I will.
If I were you, I'd be very careful with my next words.
And if I were you, I'd stop interfering with GCPD business. This is my city.
Not anymore. You're so far out of line, you can't see the truth. You're dismissed.
Excuse me?
You tested me. This is what happens.
Damn it, Waller. You can't do this.
It's well within my power, and you know it.
Waller,
I said
don't do this.
dismissed.
Waller, Gordon is a good cop. He's a good man. Don't do this.
Not from you.
It's the last straw. I won't allow anyone to question my authority. This is strictly professional.
Oh, sure.
Time to go, Jim.
We'll make sure Gordon leaves, and be right outside. When you're ready.
Oh, fuck. Do we reveal?
I apologize for everything. Calling the cops was a bit much.
Well, you wanted a chance to talk to me, so here it is. Talk.
I just don't understand how you got tied up in all this. The agency? If I had known you were... What are you doing with them? Please, just tell me, Bruce.
Look, Tiffany, I'm an undercover operative. What I'm doing, it's dangerous.
Thank you for telling me. I see now, though. This is why he's dead. He was involved in whatever you're doing. This work you're doing seems incredibly dangerous. But there's something I don't get. Why you? I mean, no offense, but you're just... Bruce.
Oh!
I can't tell you. I'm sorry.
Damn it. I tried, time and time again. But this was the last.
Tiffany!
I'm only saying we might be pushing him too hard.
He's capable, and he knows how to cover his tracks. Our only path forward is through Wayne. Let's get to it, then. I know you have some questions.
A few. Care to explain why the videos I saw said this virus was an agency experiment?
Years ago, I was brought in to rectify the agency's past mistakes. Or failing that, to cover them up. One mess in particular dealt with Black Ops experiments. Human subjects. The kind of amoral science that makes your skin crawl.
Sanctus.
They were a division that was shut down for good, long before either of us joined. But evidently, they went underground.
This is our worst-case scenario. With Sanctus off the leash, this research poses a global threat. If I'd known where they set up their den, I would have taken them out years ago.
I don't buy it, Amanda. What do they call you? The Wall? You're not one to let things slip through the cracks.
It's terrible on my part, I know. Whoever has been conspiring around me, they're going to regret it. This whole situation, it's given me an idea. I can't put an agent within 1,000 yards of that place without them starting a war or blowing up the entire block just to cover their tracks.
We know it's tricky, but leading Harley and her gang into Sanctus might allow the two problems to take care of themselves.
They have Riddler's info. They have a way in. And you're undercover with them.
At least with Sanctus and the Pact at each other's throats, the agency can act quickly, clean up, and minimize casualties.
It's unorthodox. But a strike like this will keep damage from spilling onto Gotham streets.
You two can't be serious. Harley, Bane, Freeze? No, they can't be trusted.
We don't have to trust them. We trust you. Look, for now, just go and check this place out. Right now, as yourself. We don't want them to know Batman is on their tail. I bet you're the type of guy who has some expensive surveillance equipment.
We have your back, Bruce. We'll be right behind you.
Keep me in the loop so I know what my team and I might be facing when it goes down. Defenses, security, whatever.
Their lives are in your hands, Bruce.
As well as the fate of this city. I know you might have reservations about working with Harley and her crew like this. Sometimes you have to use bad people to do good things.
Al?
Have you located the black site?
I think so.
While you were at the office, I did some basic online research on the Bodhi Spa.
Excellent. What's the verdict?
According to reviews, it truly seems to be a fully functioning business, not just a front.
Couldn't tell from the service entrance.
They offer rather popular high-end massages and have an active social media feed. It's a 24-hour business, Bruce. There are customers going in and out at all times.
Oh my.
They have no idea what's coming for them.
There's no way to tell until I get in there. I'll proceed with caution. Initiate the feed of my contacts to Waller. Let her know I'm here.
At once.
I need to see what we're up against.
Good idea. Remember, you're able to toggle the thermal imaging in your lenses. I'm signing off while you speak with Director Waller. Be careful.
Thanks, Al. Waller,
On the line, Bruce.
I'm here. I'll let you know if I find anything interesting.
Caution is key, Bruce. This situation is a spark away from a wildfire.
I'll keep that in mind.
I kind of thought that would have been a good spot to end the chapter. I'm quite surprised that we're going to continue.
That access door is connected to the spa. Huh. Project Lotus. This is definitely the place. Bodhi Spa.
Good work, Bruce.
They weren't exactly being subtle.
Interesting. Is there anything else to look at while we're in the alley?
I see a security panel inside the building. It could trigger an alarm system of some kind. If I can hit that before they suspect what I'm really here for.
They'll be blind and helpless. Perfect for my people. You just saved a few agents' lives, Bruce.
I mean, I'm still not happy working with her, but I mean, as long as we're working with her, we can reduce casualties and all that kind of stuff, so. And really, we're at this point we're on the same. Not the same team, but we're after the same goal. So as long as that's happening, then yeah, we'll kind of keep working with her.
They're heading downstairs.
Oh.
The real lab must be underground. Sanctus has been in the middle of Gotham this entire time.
They burrow under your skin and eat you from the inside out. This is why I'm willing to let these criminals be the tip of the spear. Dangerous and expendable. My favorite adjectives. That's some top-notch field work, Bruce. I know being undercover's been tough, but you just need to maintain it a little longer.
Oh, that's it?
If you don't get inside with those maniacs, we're going to have a pandemic on our hands.
Oh, I wanted to keep exploring.
Waller, I need to go.
Now why would a billionaire be skulking around in a filthy alley? Carefully inspecting every detail. Almost as if performing reconnaissance.
I could ask you the same.
Oh, I'm not skulking. I have a very deliberate purpose.
Why, Bane, have you been spying on me?
Spying? No. I've only been keeping an eye on you.
That's the same thing.
I heard the GCPD paid you a visit at your office, so I swung by to see if you might be in need of some aid. Innocent as that. Then, something about the look on your face as you left. So, determined. Yes, I had a sense you would lead me to something interesting. Project Lotus. This is the secret you and Harley had. Where are we, Bruce? What is this place? And do your best to be honest. Lies insult us both.
This is it. The black site Riddler wanted to hit.
So this is what Harley was trying to keep secret. She didn't know. Strange that you're here after a run-in with GCPD in an alleyway with the other rats. Finding you in this duplicitous position while we have a mole problem. Well, it does not look good for you, my friend. When you wake up, you can tell Harley that you led me right to her conspiracy.
Wake up.
Rise and shine. Harley!
Hold your horses!
Oh, I pity what you're about to face, Wayne. You did the right thing, telling me about the black site. But there's still something about you that gives me pause. Something that casts a shadow over your heart. Harley wanted to spearhead the hunt for the mole. This will be her chance. So, be thoughtful with your words in there. They could be your last.
Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful.
I hope it's not you, Wayne. But if it is, I'll kill everyone who shows up for your funeral.
What is it now, Bane?
The rat has been uncovered. Wayne was right under your nose. I tracked Wayne to the location of the black site. And if he
I
hadn't...
sent Wayne to scout it, so lower your damn voice. It was the final piece of the puzzle and now we got it. Go get your boys ready. We move on the site ASAP. And don't worry your pretty little head about our rat problem. I got it covered. And Bane, tell Freeze to get one of them popsicle makers ready. You're not going anywhere. You're in here. With me.
And the chickens come home to roost. This might not go well.
Thanks for backing me up.
Don't mention it. Can't have him stepping on my turf, you know? I said I'd find the rats. And I will. Your father. He was a hard man, right? Someone lied to him, betrayed him. He ended them. Think he was onto something with that idea? Show no mercy? Take no apologies? That sort of thing?
I'm lying.
You need to keep your people in line. Sometimes that means making hard choices.
Such a pretty way of saying killing a person. I hadn't taken you for such a ruthless fella. You are who I think you are, Bruce.
Who do you think I am?
A man out to prove to the underworld he's just as bad as his dear departed dad. Or there more to the story I should know. Hidden depths? Secrets you don't want me to see?
Oh, come on. I'm more than just that.
We all have more to us, Bruce. You're not telling me anything I didn't already know. Did you forget I used to be a doctor? Went to doctoring school and everything. All for my dad. You got some of the same shades as him.
She's gonna flip. Just out of nowhere.
And they all fell down to the deep to drown, to the dark to drown. He used to sing that to me. My dad. Made me feel safe. Like nothing could hurt me.
You have a nice voice.
Might want to get those ears checked, Brucey. But it's nice to know I have a fan. Been running short of those lately. In fact, you being like my dad, that's why I got such a soft spot for you.
Oh, you do?
You found me the black site, didn't you? Plus, you're not a bad guy. I mean, you're rotten like the rest of us. But you actually care for some people. Like that girl. What's her face? Brittany? No. Tiffany. You remember? Early 20s, fresh-faced and optimistic. How am I doing? I'd kill to have a friend like that right now. Yeah, friends are great. Except when you have to lose them. Laptop's gone.
What are you?
Yeah, shocker. We have a turncoat. I've interviewed just about everyone in the place. Except maybe one. Or two. So gosh, that only leaves the two people I haven't cleared. You and Catwoman. Maybe it was the guy who Bane gave the hamburger face. But weirdest thing, the laptop went missing after that.
Well, you seem to have made up your mind already. I guess one of us has to be the mole. But you've already cleared me.
Trying to make me second-guess myself ain't gonna work, sweetie. Nice try, though. John, get in here! When I told Puddin' I narrowed it down to you two, he begged me to let him interrogate you. I gave him some pointers, and now this is his chance.
Hi, Bruce. You potential rat.
Have at it, John.
Harley, do you mind? Can't learn to ride with training wheels on forever, you know?
I'll be right outside.
I'm so glad we stayed friends with him.
Admit it, you rat scum! You're the rat! Sorry, I have to make it sound good.
Do it again.
What?
Hit me again.
Take that!
You're hitting him already. I'll let it play.
I'll let it play.
I never wanted it to come to this. But we both know what has to be done. Catwoman has to take the fall. Think about it, Bruce. Harley's gonna kill that Tiffany girl if it's you. And who knows if she'll stop there.
There is no scenario where we are letting that happen.
I knew that'd be your knee-jerk reaction, but this is the only way out. The only way that keeps you alive.
Did you even stick up for me?
I tried, Bruce. I really did. I said it loud and clear. Internally. You know Harley. She's not a mind reader. I'm sorry. I'm not as strong as you. Well, I'll get through this, Bruce, but I don't see a lot of options that end too great for you. It's either you or her. What do you want to do, Bruce? She knows it was one of you two. She knows. And don't think I don't feel just awful about this. Since, you know, I stole it. Can't help but feel a little bit responsible.
All right, time's up.
Perfect, because I'm done.
You got a confession? Great job, Puddin'. Who we hanging out to dry?
Go ahead, Bruce. Tell her what you told me. Come on. Go ahead, Bruce.
God damn it.
It's okay. Just like we talked about. Please.
It was me, Harley. I took it.
You were just starting to get under my skin. Too bad. I guess I do have to hurt Tiffany after all. And you, of course. I knew you had it in you, John. We are gonna do terrible things together. Like, send this one to the great icebox in the sky.
Oh, they already had her.
Well, Bruce, it's been fun. Bane, get him inside. You can let the cats out of the bag. Bruce is in deep trouble.
Harley, be reasonable.
Why would I start now?
I can help. You need me!
Yeah, once you're an ice cube, I can use you to keep the vodka cold.
Wait! Harley, as great as this is as a punishment, not Bruce. You can't. He's my best friend.
Aw, Puddin', that's sweet.
So maybe we can let him go? Live, at least?
Nah. Be sure to send Tiffany a postcard from Antarctica.
Fuck! You and 70% of players left Harley feeling deceived. She was unconvinced by your defense that you weren't the mole. She felt justified when you told her you agreed sometimes people need to be dealt with. She felt deceived when you confessed to having been the mole all along. But there's another mole. So I think John is going to unfreeze us. And if we weren't friends with him, then the mole would unfreeze us. And then we're going to have to, like, rush to save Tiffany. You and 12% of players left Tiffany feeling alienated. She felt valued when you took the time to let her apologize and explain her actions. She feels alienated by your decision not to tell her the whole truth about her father and Batman. I mean, that sucks, but like I said before, I'd much rather have her hate us and be alive. Although the whole being alive part might be an issue now. You and 70% of players left John feeling guilty. You took to heart your advice to be genuine. He felt proud that he was able to help his hero by retrieving the laptop. Because you sacrificed yourself to protect your friends, he feels guilt-ridden. You and 90% of players left Gordon feeling remorseful. He felt unified with Batman when he saw you were nearly able to arrest He felt unified with Batman when he was nearly able to arrest Catwoman. He knew you hadn't tipped her off. He was frustrated when you tried to resist arrest. Wow, I mean, how else was I going to react? Also, I didn't really resist arrest. I just said you had the wrong guy. Because of what you said after Waller fired him, he feels a little remorseful about trying to arrest you. You and 70% of players did something that will make Waller furious. She felt miffed when you hadn't accepted her apology about the convoy. She felt superior when you pushed back against her desire to use villains in the Black Site raid. She will be furious that you gave up your cover. You and 52% of players left Selina feeling horrified. She was on edge after nearly surviving an assault by the GCPD. She felt honored that you let her see your Batcave. When you gave yourself up to protect Selina, she felt horrified watching what happened to you. She's worried that you might die. Did you warn Catwoman the GCPD was coming after her? You and 39% of players did not warn Catwoman. She was ambushed by the GCPD, which prevented her from stealing the laptop. Interesting. So if we had warned her, she would have been able to steal the laptop and we wouldn't have had to deal with the whole John thing. That's cool. What dating advice did you give John in the cafe to help him attract Harley's attentions? You and 65% of players coached John to be himself, and he told you about his time in Arkham. Did you tell Tiffany you're Batman? You and 18% of players did not tell Tiffany. Wow, a lot of people told her. Did you out yourself as the mole and put the blame on Catwoman? You and 83% of players took the fall and were left in one of Mr. Freeze's chiral chambers to die. That seems about right. Episode 4. What ails you? A shocking revelation forces Bruce into a desperate change of plans as the villain's lethal plot escalates.
War always carries a cost, and my war on crime is no different. The truth is, no matter how hard I fight, sometimes I have to lose. In order to save Selina from this fate, I had to give myself up. My life for hers. Now, There's nothing to stop Harley Quinn and her crew from killing everyone at the Sanctus facility and stealing a virus that could wipe out Gotham. Meanwhile, I face the cold embrace. Waller. Damn it. Just think. Those weren't helpful. Can't unlock it from here. The EMP. It'll fry the auto locks on this chamber. I need to prime it before I can activate it.
Oh, here's the timer! Oh, well, that was easy.
Bruce, can you hear me?
I'm here. Harley had me thrown into one of Freeze's cryo chambers. But I'm okay now.
Oh, well, that's a relief. I'm afraid I was starting to panic.
I've got it under control, Alfred.
Is the Pact still in the subway?
No. I'm bringing the car around. Call Waller. Tell her the Pact means to slaughter their way into Sanctus, and I'm going after it.
What? They'll have you shot on sight, Bruce.
I'm not going as Bruce. It's time to let Batman handle things.
We're angry.
Alfred, I'm in.
Any sign of Harley or the others?
Gunshots. Oh, Jesus!
They beat me here. Looks like Bane took out one of the spa workers.
More death and destruction.
This blood trail looks like they dragged something. They're looking for Project Lotus.
Batman! Get out of here or I'll shoot, I swear to God!
Where did they go?
They went down in the elevator.
Do you have access?
It's gotta scan my eyes.
Another use for Riddler's eyes. Call it for me!
No way! Those freaks are down there! They'll kill me if they see me. What are you doing?
Open your eyes or I'll do it for you.
You son of a bitch!
Send paramedics.
I've already made the call.
Don't mess with me.
Bruce. I contacted Director Waller. She, wants to speak with you. Now.
Put her through.
Batman, where are you? Give me a status update.
I'm at the Sanctus facility. I split with the Pact, and they beat me here. It's a bloodbath.
I ordered you not to blow your cover. What the hell were you thinking? You could have been there to prevent this.
I was thinking about stopping the Pact, which is way more than you're doing right now.
Don't make this a fight with me. Just look at the bodies and ask yourself if it was worth it. We'll be there to back you up soon. We're gonna put an end to this once and for all.
Looks like Sanctus security barely slowed them down.
That's why you have to keep them there until we arrive. That virus cannot be allowed to leave the facility. Don't mess this up again.
This door lock requires a key card. That's Riddler symbol. Some sort of hacking program. No key card here.
So a thought just occurred to me. Harley has the skeleton key thing. And I lost the thought.
Those green lights seem odd. Remind me of Riddler.
Oh, that was it. She used the skeleton key thing to open up the chiral pod that had Riddler in it. That was being used by the agency. So does that mean the agency is also using Wayne Tech? It has to be, because that thing opens up Wayne Tech doors.
Hopefully it was quick.
Or unlocks Wayne Tech locks, I should say.
No key card here.
So that's rather interesting.
Someone's trapped under there. His final moments must have been painful, horrific.
Just the ID badge?
Scientist. Easy. You'll just injure yourself more.
It's too late for that. Stop them. Here. Take my...
Anything else to interact with?
Looks like Bane's handiwork.
I'm curious what he dented it with. Too big for his fist.
Don't touch anything unless I say so. We don't know what half this stuff does.
Catwoman. Yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't know if you stole Harley's laptop or not, but I'm glad you kept them from icing me. I'm returning the favor. I'm on guard duty along with 3 gunmen who are all watching that door up ahead. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd be full of holes right now. We don't always see eye to eye, but I'd much prefer you in one piece.
I appreciate the warning.
Just wish I could have done the same for these guys. Harley encouraged Freeze and Bane. They killed anyone they wanted. I should have done something more to stop them. But I didn't.
Faith, what did I say about touching the equipment?
Be quiet, you imbecile!
I'm going to make this right. I'll help you stop them. Whatever I have to do, they're not getting that virus. Whatever it is, I can do it.
Are you sure? With that injury?
I don't recall needing your permission for anything, Batman. I've won fights with a lot worse than this.
Anything in here could kill ya. So keep your hands to yourself.
Let's do this.
The hell are the cylinder things?
You know what you're doing. Of course I know what I'm doing.
Don't you worry about making a mistake.
Do not distract him. He can execute this job perfectly.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You should be keeping an eye out.
Shut it, you two. Tick-tock, Freezy. Get the virus and let's go.
It's an automated extraction process. You can't rush it.
I've seen Freezy's obstacle wife move faster than this thing.
Okay, I was thinking we'd be subtle. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Batman! This is a distraction we do not need.
You switching sides on us, kitty?
I weighed my options and what can I say? I don't like to lose.
You made a big mistake.
The virus is almost extracted.
All right, Bats. What made you think you'd be able to stop all of us? I wouldn't put money on your chances of walking out of here.
Maybe we should try a therapy circle.
I know all your tricks, Harley.
Please. I know your type. You think you know me, but you're so wrong. Unfortunately, we have a tight schedule. But I always have time to kill you. Get him, boys!
I always have time to kill you. You, go after him. I'm gonna step back. Oh, we don't aim at John! I absolutely know that we could have aimed at him if he wasn't on our side. He's gonna venom up and destroy the lab.
I got a present for you. Not today. Bad kitty!
Cat fight!
Batman! Worry about yourself.
I practiced!
John!
I said I would.
And he practiced!
What are you doing?
Holy shit! Oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to press them at the same time. Okay, we're playing the dodging game. I didn't think that was gonna work. I wanted to try it. Oh shit.
The ice! It burns!
Virus extraction completed.
Enough of this! You're done!
Both of them were terrible choices.
Emergency protocols activated.
Damn it!
Nora, I managed to save them for you.
Please evacuate the lab through the emergency elevator.
Batman, we're in the facility now.
Harley! Wait up! No! I'm infected!
What are you doing? You need me.
Not anymore.
Harley!
Harley's getting away.
Come on, we'll find...
Get down! Get down!
We didn't stop Harley.
You did enough. Now get out of here.
See you around sometime.
That was just the opening? Jesus.
Alfred, call Tiffany and tell her to get to the manor. Harley escaped with a virus.
Right away.
Did we not warn that much sooner? Like,
Get me a
on the way
proper
here?
lockdown crew in here, stat. I want bioscans on Freeze. Do not let him out of that airlock. Move it, people!
Good work here, Batman.
Good work? Harley escaped with the Lotus virus. Your girlfriend, Catwoman, is nowhere to be found. Same goes for your boy, John. So if good work means half the pact is loose in Gotham, and we've got a megavirus in the hands of a psychopath, then yes, this is picture perfect. Oh, I could think of some more colorful words to describe this situation.
Catwoman and John are not a concern. Our focus needs to be on Quinn.
As much as I hate to admit it, you have a point. Sanctus, right under our noses all this time.
Chemical weapons, human experimentation. Sanctus is the darkest part of the agency's history. Oh, this place is just evil.
And that's why we're shutting it down once and for all. We can take some of this equipment and put it to good use.
This facility needs to be burned to the ground. I don't want so much as a trace of it left in my city.
Why don't you let me worry about that, Batman? I'm gonna need your help tracking down Quinn. She's out there with the virus, and that's a threat to Gotham we simply can't allow.
Freeze must have an idea about where she'd go in these circumstances.
Don't waste your time with that maniac. He'd say anything to throw us off track.
But he's our best lead.
Well, I disagree. Freeze is nothing more than a science experiment gone awry. You best keep your focus on Harley and the virus before anyone else gets hurt.
That was strange. She just completely shut me down.
She's normally so open to all possible leads. This is so unlike her. Really? You too?
I didn't shut you down. I just didn't comment.
Listen, Director Waller may think it's a waste of time, but I say leave no stone unturned.
I'll see what I can find out.
Hey, Will. Give me a hand with this, will you? I think there may be something we can salvage back here.
If she's back in the field, then where's her partner, Blake?
Batman.
Shit.
Have you come to gloat?
That's a fast-acting virus.
To revel in what you've done?
Of course not. You don't deserve this. You need help, Freeze.
You think?
I'm here to talk about Harley Quinn. I need your help to find her.
If you want me to tell you what I know about Harley, I'm going to need something from you in exchange. The agency intends to keep me prisoner with this virus living inside me. They mean to study me. Given the chance, I could beat this, just like Riddler. He became stronger for it.
You're saying Riddler became infected with the Lotus virus when he worked for Sanctus?
If he could survive it, I believe I can too.
That's why he could fight us.
That dial, there. They've keyed it into the temperature regulators in the airlock. All I need from you is to turn that dial. Let my body do the rest. Lower the temperature in the airlock. I know that I can fight this.
I will do that for you. But first, tell me what you know.
I'm so glad you're agreeable. The truth is, the Lotus virus doesn't have to be this. Riddler's blood can turn the virus into something that can heal. That's why we stole his body. Why your friends in the agency had it on ice. My Nora will perish if I don't use Lotus to save her. Bane merely hoped to cure himself of his addiction. Harley already has the virus. Now, she needs a blood sample from Riddler's body. With it, she will have what she needs to create the serum. She'll go for the body first. That's how you will find her. I already have samples of the blood. Look for a temperature-controlled container. Now, you have what you came for. Please, do as you promised. Thank you, Batman.
I like how we have the classic, you won't forget that. That takes me back to other games.
I need to get to the subway right away. If Harley's trying to make this serum, she'll go straight for Riddler's blood.
I'm coming with you. The secondary properties of this virus. The serum they want to make from it. I've got a feeling Director Waller didn't want us to hear that. Which would explain why she steered you away from Freeze. What is she up to, I wonder?
Waller always operates on some hidden agenda. Surprised you're only just realizing.
I guess I'm not. Just realizing, that is. I guess I just have blinders on when it comes to people I look up to.
Don't worry about that now. If we hurry, we can intercept Harley at the lair.
We could use Bruce on this one. The less attention we draw to ourselves, the better.
Fuck.
What does that mean?
If Harley sees Batman coming, she may do something drastic. But if she sees Bruce, she'll think she can take you. You don't know I'm the one that told Waller who you really are.
Yeah.
Are we all good? I'd like to clear the air, in the interest of full transparency.
I'll learn to live with it.
Okay then. We've got work to do. Lead the way.
I was thinking the psychological questions and the pad and all that had to have come back. I guess that's how it came back.
I suppose I should have seen this coming. She's become more and more erratic since she came to Gotham. I hardly know what she's going to do next.
Harley?
No. Director Waller. I'm not used to her keeping me out of the loop.
I think she's...
Ah! Damn! Ow! Ah, the hell is wrong with this thing?
Damn it, sorry. I've got a passive anti-surveillance system running. It must have triggered
What did you say, Bruce? Looked like you were speaking, but can't hear so well without these.
I was saying the car as a passive security system. It triggered feedback in your hearing aids.
Crappy agency technology. Not your fault. Look, it's fine. I'd just rather not talk about it.
I feel like she's manipulating us. I feel like it's a two-prong approach. I feel like it's a two-prong approach where, like, if we don't get along with Waller, it's a good cop, bad cop kind of thing, right? We don't get along with Waller, and then Agent Viseras, whatever her name is, kind of steers the boat to keep us, you know, keep on keeping on without being not confrontational, but like as overt about it.
A part of me was sort of hoping we'd be taking the Batmobile. Not that this car isn't great, but, you know, it's no Batmobile.
Well, maybe next time.
Oh, so there's going to be a next time. You've put a lot of time and energy into this crusade.
I prefer to think of it as a mission.
Do you ever question it? Not the mission. I mean, the methods. The clandestine nature of what you do. The fear tactics. The occasional brutality. No judgment. Just curious. It can be hard to talk about. I get it. I'm having a bit of an existential crisis.
Existential crisis?
Yeah, it's Waller. Why wouldn't she want us to know what Freeze told you? Things have gotten gray recently. Too gray. I don't know if I'm on the right side anymore. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up.
You should trust your instincts. They're what make you good at your job.
I'm glad to hear you say that. It bothered me when she allowed the pack to obtain Riddler's body.
Wait, that was intentional?
Called it!
I've had deep reservations about Waller. Can't believe I just said that out loud.
But you told her I was Batman.
Bruce.
shut down that conversation real quick.
You sure you're okay to do this?
Absolutely. You know, I looked through Gordon's case files about Harley. Her father suffered from mental illness that eventually drove him to suicide. An illness with a strong hereditary link. It's very possible she wants this serum to prevent the same thing happening to her.
If she fails, she's got one deadly plan B.
Don't sound so worried, Batman. I'm here to help.
We're almost there.
Confident.
Harley's back is against the wall. If she has Riddler's blood, she'll be incredibly dangerous.
Hey, you don't need to tell me. She tried to freeze me to death.
Then we're on the same page.
Harley. She must be gone already.
Do you think that means she already has the vials?
I don't know, but it's worth a look. Maybe she got scared off before she could find them.
I doubt it, but possible, I guess.
Damn it.
What is it?
They're gone. The vials are gone.
So...
Keep looking.
God damn, they're gone! What do we do now? Keep looking.
Huh. On the side here, someone's damaged this.
Okay, I'm going to assume that is a key piece. So I'm assuming that each criminal mastermind wanted to be a part of this for the virus, to like heal something. Freeze to heal his wife. Harley supposedly to cure her insanity.
C4, plastic explosive. Only a little though. Must be remnants from something bigger. I don't remember Bane making bombs, and it doesn't match Freeze's MO. Wonder if whoever took the vials also made a bomb.
C4 certainly doesn't sound like the agency.
Who then? Harley? John?
Even money on both.
I'm still thinking John is playing a long con with us. And that he's actually Joker, and he's been manipulating things from behind the scenes. Because, like, the dynamic between those two is just so weird. 1 second, guys. Itchy ear. What does the red light mean? Locked? Device. Ah! What was this device thing? thought I saw a device. Might have been capsule. Don't know what else to do.
Blood, but was this here before?
And hepatitis.
Dried. Must be from when Harley shot Bane's men.
Looks like there's stairs over there, but doesn't look like it can go that way. Back up here again. I'm thinking we need to open the device. What? I don't see anything on the ground.
Hey, Avesta, does this look familiar?
We call it a liminal device, a not quite as powerful Phalanx key. Some agency field ops are issued one, and if they left it, they must have been rushed. An agency team has been here.
C4 doesn't seem like agency issue.
No, but with Waller these days, who knows?
Could be the mole. We still haven't figured out who the mole was.
Oh, God. I thought this thing was supposed to preserve him.
Obviously, it failed. Right.
EMP device?
Decomposition is actually accelerated. They purposefully disabled the capsule. If that's the case, then they were trying to destroy the body.
It's textbook asset denial.
Yeah.
But it's some sloppy work.
They were moving fast. Too fast.
I have to.
Bruce, why?
The rapid decay. I wonder if that's a side effect of the virus, or being in that capsule, or both.
If Harley decides to release the virus, that sample may be the most valuable weapon we have.
Alfred, I did a bioscan of Riddler's corpse. I'm sending the data to you. The body is breaking down, so do your best with it.
Received, Bruce. It's... oh my. This may take a bit of time.
So, Waller takes the blood and has Riddler's body destroyed.
That would make her the only player who could create a viable Project Lotus sample. Having all the pieces to the puzzle.
Oh my God. Bruce. The Pact all had problems. Medical problems they needed solving.
And if Waller's the solution, she can make them work for her. She's not above using leverage to get people under her thumb. I mean, look what she did with my identity. Harley.
The virus.
Oh God, is she and John in the middle of something? I'm scared. of cash.
Bruce! You came!
Where is she, John? Where's Harley?
I don't think we've been formally introduced. Doe. John Doe. You seem kind of familiar.
She's a friend, John. Our friend.
I had a friend. It didn't work out. Oh, hey! Hold on. Are you two-timing cat lady, Bruce? She was here.
Wait, she was here?
Yeah.
Where is she now, John? This is important.
You got some real nerve. You know that? Buddy! Remember the cafe? Just be yourself, John. Then I stuck my neck out for you. Way out! Bane nearly ripped my head off. And for what? She flew the coop! And I have nothing. You steered me wrong. At every turn. Every bad piece of advice. Everything blew up in my face.
This isn't my fault. Harley betrayed us, both of us.
Yeah. But you weren't in love with her. Oh, there's no point. It's over. The pact. The dream. Us.
Not yet, it's not. She's still out there, with a deadly virus in a city full of innocent people.
Call me when you got something I care about. It always surprises me how heavy guns are. This was hers. It's all I have left.
John, stop. Please.
Stop! Stop! Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Well, it's been real.
What are you doing, John?
Leaving. There's nothing left for me here. A lot of bad memories. And a weird smell.
John, I understand you want to run. I've run before. But problems, they just come with you. No matter how far you go.
Nope. Pretty sure I can get away from that smell.
Damn it, John. Listen to me. I need to find Harley.
I don't want to do this anymore. Not for you. Not for her. Certainly not for Gotham.
John, please. This is important. I know it hasn't been easy for us, but I am your friend.
Okay, buddy. Look, the agency was here. They took the blood. I was up here in a very dark place. They didn't find me, but Harley did. I told her what happened to Riddler. She gave me this.
And where do you think Miss Quinn is now? We'd like to find her sooner, rather than later.
I don't want to find her. My heart can't take another kicking. I don't ever want to see her again. She ruined me. I can't.
Help me bring her to justice. It's what she deserves, John.
I just can't say no to you, Bruce. You gotta keep an eye on this guy. That Wayne charm gets him every time. You sure know how to spin things. All the right ways to twist my arm. It's going to take me a few hours to find her. I have to check a few places, do some things.
Okay, we'll come with you.
No, you won't. There will be plenty of time for John and Bruce later. I need to do this alone. call you when I find something.
Wait, hold on. We'd really like your help, John. Are you sure you won't reconsider us coming with you?
I did. And it's a hard pass.
It's okay. Go.
Bruce, let's talk about this.
He'll come through. He's done it before.
It's funny. When you first walked through that door, I honestly thought you came here to check on me.
Oh.
I'm going to track down those vials in the agency's cold storage.
Be careful.
Thanks.
Alfred, how's the bioscan analysis going?
That's not going to
Nearly
go well.
complete. I should have it ready for you when you arrive.
I'm on my way.
I mean, to be fair, that's the first time we've really quote-unquote used him. But it is unfortunate that's
Al,
like
you there?
the one time he's going to latch on to.
I'm back. I'm taking over at the computer.
Can't go to the armory, can't check out our trophies. Yeah. Tiffany?
Al!
Oh God, no. No. Please. Please don't. Al, can you hear me? Alfred?
What's the matter? Thomas, let's chat. Now's the time. Won't be long. So much to do.
No, Al, it's me. It's Bruce.
Yes. What would Master Bruce think about what you've done? I don't know. He and the Cobblepot boy are playmates.
Please wake up.
Bruce, where am I?
Easy. You're in the cave. Take your time, think back, and tell me exactly what happened.
Oh, no, it was nothing. I was working and I felt dizzy for a moment. I must have been more exhausted than I realized. And, well, basically, that's all there is to it.
Hey, slow down, relax. I'll take care of you.
Couldn't be in better hands. Don't worry. I'll be back up in no time. Just...
Hey, be careful.
Thank you, Bruce. I'll just catch my breath. Just give me a moment, please. It's all nonsense.
What is?
Freeze's magic cure-all. It doesn't work as intended. Take a look.
I mean, I'm okay with focusing with the task at hand, but after that, and after the game, we're gonna talk, Al. You need like a vacation or something, man. Gordon can't be taking his dismissal well. He wasn't just a cop in name. Gordon is the job. It's hard to imagine the GCPD without him. Maybe once the Pact is in custody and the agency leaves Goth, he'll be able to return to the Force. I hope he's holding up, and that the city can hold up without him. Even with Gordon off the Force, there are still good people at the precinct. Montoya is one of them. It was Waller who told me that I'd need allies going undercover. But I'm glad I still have a few at the GCPD. I've known Detective Montoya long enough to be confident that she'll pick up where Gordon left off. She won't stop fighting until the Pact is secure in Blackgate Prison. Without John's quick thinking and his willingness to turn on Bane, I might have died at the Black Site. The Pact weren't about to let Batman interrupt their plans. They put up one hell of a fight. John alone stood by me, fighting by my side, even at the risk of Harley's wrath. His defense of Batman may have cost him more than he expected. I'll never forget the look on John's face when Harley took the virus and abandoned him. John's in a dark place right now, but if there's one thing I've learned about him, it's his unfailing ability to bounce back after a disaster. If he can help me locate Harley, maybe he can get some closure on their relationship. Maybe this was exactly the impetus he needed to see the light and straighten out his life. Alfred continues to encourage me to accept allies, but I can see the strain on our workplaces on him. I was worried that he was beginning to fracture under the weight of our work, but he came through with a useful new upgrade for my contacts. He's always been good with technology, and I'm glad he stepped up to help now that Lucius is gone. I don't know what I'd do without Alfred. Tiffany tried to have me arrested. Even though I hadn't been expecting it, it wasn't surprising. I didn't give her much of a choice by acting as evasive and suspicious as I have around her. Despite that, I felt I couldn't tell her the whole truth. I know that it's not what Lucius would have wanted, but this is how I'm going to keep her safe. I couldn't stand it if I lost her too. She may hate me, but that's just the price I have to pay for her safety. A promising young scientist, Tiffany is every bit as street smart as she is academically accomplished. Oh, we already read that. Interesting, there was no line to separate that. Avesta was already on edge at Sanctus, a place she called the darkest part of the agency's history. So Waller's orders to stay away from Freeze, our best lead, didn't sit well with her. Avesta suspected Waller didn't want us to hear about the virus's secondary properties, and wanted to know why. That made two of us. In the Pact's headquarters, we got our answer, or the closest we could get to one. All evidence pointed to the agency having taken the last of Riddler's blood, and if that was the case, we realized the agency alone would have control over the serum. Avesta's nervous what Waller might do with that power. She decided to find the remaining blood samples, in spite of the punishment she'd face if she fails. I admit, it's a bold move, but I respect her tenacity. If anyone can succeed, it's her. Every time I think I have Waller figured out, I learn something new that forces me to reassess. Waller wants the virus secured. She says she'll use Sanctus technology for good, but even Agent Avesta, who respects and trusts Waller, is nervous what Waller may do if she controls both the virus and the serum. Worse, it seems that Waller is the only voice of law enforcement left in the city. She fired Gordon for disobeying orders and jeopardizing my undercover mission, but perhaps those were just convenient excuses to cover up her real motive. For now, our goals still align. We both want to find Harvey and the virus. There's no point burning any bridges yet. It's the same thing. I haven't seen Blake for a while. I recovered more details of Riddler's past from the Sanctus computer networks. It's intriguing stuff, to say the least. Impressed with his criminal history and ambitious vision, the agency offered Riddler a fortune to work in their science and intelligence units. He exceeded expectations and was soon promoted to work in Sanctus, the shadow arm of the clandestine organization. Riddler helped advance their genetic engineering and biomechanical weaponization projects, earning him a solid status within the agency. Among those products was Lotus, a deadly virus that they believed could be altered to enhance the body's natural regenerative properties. Lotus's potential encouraged the agency to sanction human experimentation, but after several failed trials, euphemism for Lotus had diminished. In a final and desperate round of experimentation, Riddler was accidentally dosed with Lotus. He and his colleagues assumed they would die within days, but he survived. He is the only human known to have done so. Over time, he began to exhibit the signs of growth they had been searching for. This turned Riddler into yet another of Sanctus research subjects. His fellow scientists attempt to subject him to painful and horrific experimentation. However, Riddler eventually escaped to Sanctus and the agency, swearing revenge on an organization that once promised him a future. So I guess that explains why he just suddenly disappeared. Selena was grateful that I took the rap for stealing the laptop. She paid me back at the black site by warning me of the guards posted up ahead and offered to fight alongside me. She was disgusted by the carnage, by the Pact's ruthlessness. Selena is a formidable fool. All the more reason I want her at my side. I wanted her at my side. Past tense, interesting. When Harley threw me into Frieza's cryo chamber, she had no idea who she was dealing with. I may have blown my cover with the Pact, but it allowed me to put the fear of Batman in her. Since her priority is escaping with the virus, that should work to my advantage. Harley was at the lair. She disappeared before I showed up. John said she came looking for Riddler's blood, but the agency already had it. She took her anger out on John and bolted. Harley's still out there with the virus, and John's my only lead. Gotham's fate lies in the hands of an emotionally distraught, drunken ex-Arkham inmate pursuing his violent ex-girlfriend. I may need to find a plan B. That's pretty good. I like that. Last I saw Freeze, he was in a Sanctus airlock infected with the virus. Eager for my help, he explained the virus's secondary properties in his hopes that, like Riddler, he might survive. He's convinced Nora, his wife, could also benefit by the serum. As a show of good faith, he gave me a lead on Harley. In exchange for this information, he asked me to turn down the temperature in his airlock. This would further slow the virus's spread and make it difficult for the agency to experiment on him. I complied. If he survives, Frieza's gratitude may come in handy down the road. If he doesn't, it was still the right thing to do. Bane is finally in agency custody after the assault on Sanctus, along with most of his soldiers. He nearly killed me at the Black Site, failing only because of John's interference. With the Pact to dissolve and Bane out of the picture, I can focus on the last remaining threat, Harley. Selena, John, and I went back to Riddler's workshop in the hopes of finding a way to decrypt his laptop. We barely survived a run-in with one of Riddler's old puzzles, and Selena and I went deeper into the workshop. We were able to recover the decryptor device, but Selena had her own plans for it, and she handcuffed me to the chair in order to take it for herself. That's true, we still haven't figured out why Selena... or how Selena knew about Sanctus, why she wanted to right Riddler the wrong that was Riddler and all that kind of stuff. Still got that loose end. The Gotham City Police Department won't be the same without Gotham in charge. He had a tough time cleaning it up when he was first promoted. Let's hope his absence doesn't reverse that progress. I wonder if we funded the GCPD instead of Arkham, what kind of a change that would have had. There was some truth in Riddler's claim that the agency made him. Riddler used to work for Sanctus, and during that time became infected with the virus. Unlike previous test subjects, though, Riddler didn't die a horrible death. Somehow, he survived. He became stronger. Sanctus went underground after the agency tried to shut them down, but even with their continued research, Sanctus never discovered the potential healing properties of the virus. That was Riddler's secret, and its curse. Sanctus, from what I've been able to piece together, is an unauthorized offshoot of the agency that developed the deadly supervirus and biochemical weapon known as Project Lotus. Sanctus used to be a science division of the shadowy government group until Amanda Waller took over, discovered their unethical methods, and shut them down. I feel like that's a lie. However, they seem to have regrouped and continued their research in secret, and out of the hands of the law. Bodhi Spa. I could have prevented the bloodshed at Bodhi Spa if I'd said I was the rat, but I couldn't give up Selena. She was a price I couldn't pay, no matter what might follow. A massage parlor, by all appearances, Bodhi Spa is actually a front for Sanctus, an illegal offshoot of the agency. According to what I discovered from Riddler's encrypted laptop, this is the same location where Project Lotus, a deadly virus and biochemical weapon, was developed and tested on human subjects. This is sure to be the site the Pact will raid. While it may house scientists lacking a moral code beneath its foundation, above ground it is frequented by innocent clients and messieurs. If I don't stop them, the Pact is liable to kill everyone they find within, regardless of who's guilty and who's innocent. And that is it. Got one more thing left to unlock. To the news! And we'll scroll down. Keep going. Gordon demoted to deputy operations. Oh, I think we read that. Opinion. Law enforcement playing hot potato with Gotham attackers. Oh, I think this was the last one we read. Exclusive. Riddler body stolen from agency convoy. The Gazette can now confirm that the Riddler's body has been taken from agency custody and that it was the target of the masked convoy's attack last night. When asked why the agency was in possession of the Riddler's corpse, Henry Chang, an agency spokesman, said, "We don't know where these leaks are coming from, but whoever they are, they do not speak for the agency or the Gotham City Police Department. Anything they say should be regarded as unreliable." Chang refused further comment. Speculations were raised in regards to the agent's credibility when the Gazette published an article calling into question the validity of one of their earlier statements. It was first erroneously claimed, claimed by the agency that they were responsible for capturing Riddler, resulting somehow in the man's death. With the agency moving Riddler's body to an undisclosed location, it's speculated that the government group might have been trying to take the corpse out of the hands of local authorities. This would present access to key evidence and set back an attempt to properly investigate Riddler's death. The outcry and hostility from Gotham citizens against the agency has increased as falsehoods are increasingly brought to light. Agency Director Amanda Waller was unavailable for an interview for this article. GCPD and agency spotted at Wayne Tower. Eyewitness accounts state that both GCPD and the agency were seen entering Wayne Tower this morning. It is currently unknown what they were investigating, but less than an hour later, both groups departed without making any arrests or public statements. This has brought into question why such a show of force would be necessary at one of Gotham's most prominent buildings. The only known joint effort between the agency and the GCPD is the investigation into yesterday's attacks, now being referred to as acts of terrorism by authorities. What connection this has to Wayne Enterprises and potentially CEO Bruce Wayne is still unknown. That's kind of uncalled for. Calling us out on that when they don't know anything? I mean, maybe they were there to talk to some workers at a division. Like, just because they're at the building doesn't mean they were talking to us. Concern over Wayne's mental state has bled into discussions about the future of his family's business. Last year, he was implicated in a high-profile assault on Oswald Cobblepot and was temporarily stint in Arkham Asylum. See, this is what I don't really understand. Yeah, they can keep bringing it up, but they never mention that Oswald Cobblepot was a criminal mastermind. They don't mention that I was drugged, which I assume we would have proof and would have told them about it. And they don't mention that I was temporarily committed to Arkham Asylum by the then authoritarian and clearly batshit crazy out of his mind Mayor Harvey Dent. Like, there's so many asterisks in that it just seems insane that they would just leave it like that. As of this writing, no charges have been filed against Wayne. We reached out to the GCPD, the agency, Wayne Enterprises. Each organization has refused to comment. Again, just because they're going to the building doesn't mean they're talking to us. So saying that no charges have been filed against Wayne seems very irresponsible reporting. / tabloid reporting. Gordon fired from GCPD. GCPD confirmed today that Deputy Commissioner of Operations James Gordon has been fired from the force. The majority of sources are blaming Gordon's rocky track record, which only recently led to his demotion from his position of commissioner. Still, others are pointing to workplace tensions between the GCPD and the agency as the cause of Gordon's dismissal. The Gazette followed up on these comments, reaching out to both the GCPD and the agency for further explanation. The GCPD issued this brief statement. We appreciate all Gordon has done for the GCPD and wish him the best moving forward. The agency, while offering more clarity in their response, still leaves us with many questions. Given the current climate in Gotham, a change in leadership is needed. We commend James Gordon for his years of service to the city and the people of Gotham. Longtime supporters of Gordon have spoken out to the press, breaking protocol in an unprecedented move. Detective Renee Montoya said about the dismissal, "It's disgraceful what it is. It's putting politics over policing. No candidates for the position of Deputy Ops has been announced." Exclusive, Catwoman nearly evades GCPD. Gotham's most notorious stray cat, the career thief known as Catwoman, is reportedly back in town, and already causing a stir. After a year-long hiatus, Catwoman is once more painting the town red and blue with police sirens flooding the streets. The GCPD, who in the past have failed to apprehend Catwoman, are holding nothing back in their pursuit, an inside source says. We received our strongest lead to date, and it paid off. We got a piece of her before she slipped away. She's too smart to go to a hospital, so we encourage anyone who knows where she might have holed up to come forward. As an incentive, a generous reward is being offered by a group of private citizens, museums, and corporations, all victims of Catwoman's crimes. While this commitment by authorities to arrest Catwoman is laudable, it also raises concerns that police resources are being diverted for more pressing matters. The individuals responsible for the Brokerage, Arsenal, and GothCorp attacks, as well as the ambush on an agency convoy, are still at large. One could argue that, unless Catwoman is somehow involved with these terrorists, she should be put on the back burner. I, for one, am more concerned about the safety of my children than the safety of my jewelry. Bruce Wayne implicated in bribery. Why no arrest? Oh, how did this get out? How did Gordon know that we bribed Bullock? The negative publicity for Bruce Wayne, billionaire playboy, continues with Wayne's latest in a string of erratic behavior. An inside source at the GCPD implicates Wayne in trespassing on a crime scene in Gotham's Lower East End. Wayne is also said to have attempted bribery of an unnamed officer. What was Wayne doing in the Lower East End, and who was he with? Eyewitnesses suggest Wayne wasn't alone. Was this simply thoughtless thrill-seeking gone wrong? Not unlike his father, Wayne is no stranger to Gotham's less savory corners. He recently caused a stir when Wayne was sighted at a downtown notorious Stack Deck bar. It is believed GCPD has probable cause to investigate Wayne, or at least bringing him in for questioning, yet none has done so. The Gazette reached out to Wayne Enterprises, GCPD, and the agency to inquire whether the recent show of force at Wayne Tower had anything to do with Wayne's illicit activities. Each organization refused to comment. What are they not telling the public? Is Wayne embroiled in another scandal? Will this one diffuse like that of last year, or is this just the beginning of another dark chapter in Wayne's life? Breaking news, police shut down Bolga Spa. Downtown's Bodhi Spa is currently a hub of police activity. Passerbys and frequenters of the spa are baffled by the sudden closure of its doors and are wondering how long it will last. Combined GCPD and agency forces have created a perimeter, apparently as part of an ongoing investigation within the spa. The exact cause of their presence is unknown. Clients and employees who were present at the time of the authorities' arrival were quickly escorted from the site. That doesn't make sense. There was bodies everywhere. Well, I guess maybe not on the upper, public-facing side. However, the Gazette did talk to one employee leaving the scene, a masseuse who looked pale and shaken. Claimed she wasn't sure what happened, just that people got hurt. And a man got ripped in half. I was in the middle of a massage. I didn't see anything. Just some guy who stuck his head into the room. But I thought that it was just a prank. He said something about a secret lab. I don't know. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the gunshots? The screaming, I assume, would accomplish or be... That would occur during a guy getting ripped in half? This is suspicious. In the meantime, testy clients have taken to social media, condemning Bogey Spa for refusing to give refunds for appointments cancelled on account of these events. However, a Bogey Spa representative promises to reschedule these appointments as soon as the current matter is resolved. More on this story to follow as information is made available. Is the agency above the law? The secretive government organization, known as the Agency, has become a common sight in Gotham. While their presence in Gotham is a justifiable answer to the rise of violent crime in the city, complaints of the agency's tendency to abuse its authority have poured into the mayor's office. Who is the mayor now? The Gazette itself has received numerous letters lambasting the agency. Dock workers in particular are up in arms after multiple illegal searches of their private property, for which the agency offered no explanation. It's like they answer to no one. I've complained to the mayor, the police, the state legislator. I've even threatened lawsuits. But even the lawyers I contacted wanted nothing to do with these people. It's unbelievable. Now Gothamites have a new reason to question the agency methods. Apparently, in connection to the current investigation at the Bodhi Spa, the agency is closely monitoring travel in and out of the city. Public officials are encouraging citizens to cooperate with the agency demands. Gotham's security is the agency's priority. The sooner the agency finishes work, the sooner Gotham citizens can return to their normal activities. Vigils planned for victims of violence. A vigil is being planned to honor those civilians, officers, and agents who have lost their lives or been wounded in recent acts of terror. While the threats facing Gotham affect all of us, the families of these individuals feel the fear and the pain of these attacks in a very personal way. Many have cited a need to stand together as a sign of unity and defiance in the face of adversity. However, some believe a public vigil is a bad idea and only gives these violent criminals an easy target. But the GCPD promises a strong presence at the vigil and encourages Gothamites to attend. At the ceremony, family members of the fallen will also pay their respects, and religious leaders will offer words of advice. My dad, Chip Locke, died in the attack on the police arsenal, said Susanna Locke, Chip's daughter, who was expecting her first child in just over a month. We miss him so much. We are all devastated he won't be there to meet his granddaughter. But I know she'll be proud too, knowing her granddad died helping others. And that's why this vigil is so important, insists Susanna. We owe it to them to be there.
Lotus. Megavirus. Only one known survivor. Riddler. Freeze thinks his blood is now a key to unlocking Lotus's true potential.
The bioscan of Riddler's body, I used the analysis you sent me to simulate its interaction with the virus. And the Bat computer promptly found holes in Freeze's calculations.
It appears that Lotus can be synthesized into a restorative agent for the human body. A remarkable one.
Well, Freeze got that part right, but...
But as soon as Lotus repairs any physical problems, it causes irreparable damage to the subject's brain chemistry.
It drives you insane.
It's what Riddler meant when he said, I wasn't always like this.
All of these people, all of them trying to kill each other, for something that will make them as deranged as he was in the end. We all should know by now that miracles come with a cost. Lotus is nothing more than a poison.
It's only because they think they've found
Eden.
A way to cure all of their problems.
Men rarely share their prosperity, even if it brings them ruin. The fools.
Run the simulation again, then forward the readings to Special Agent Iman Avesta.
I already ran it several times myself. I wanted to be thorough. Silly notion, I know. My problems are purely psychological. My real cure is a very long vacation. Somewhere far away from Gotham. A place where the sun actually comes to visit.
Then let's get you to a nice beach, huh? Or wherever you want to go.
Ooh, the possibilities. That'll take some thinking.
Avesta.
I read your report.
The serum makes the whole thing beyond dangerous.
Did you find out where Waller's keeping Riddler's blood?
Yeah. She's got the area on lockdown, but I think I can get myself in. And then I'm taking these things off the table. Permanently.
Just hold on. Let me find a way to help.
You've got to be around in case John finds Harley. And this needs to be done quickly. I won't let Waller turn the agency back into something like Sanctus, Bruce. The vials have to go.
Good luck. Let's get you somewhere more comfortable.
Oh, Bruce. Tiffany's up there. She's probably wondering where I hurried off to.
I'm sorry, Al, but we can't risk you falling again.
Very well. We mustn't keep Tiffany worrying any longer. She's done quite enough of that the past few days.
Ready?
Ah! My hand was off the controller.
I'm afraid that's all we do. Worry the ones closest to us.
I want to help Alfred, but I don't know how.
Okay, yes, thank you. The doctor is on her way. How are you feeling?
Well, better. A little more rest and some tea, and I'll be as good as new.
Make that a lot more rest, Alfred. You're hurt.
The only thing hurt is my pride, which, sadly, even the doctor won't be able to fix.
You can put up a strong front, but I'm not leaving your side until the doctor arrives. Got it?
Understood.
Be straight with me. How worried should I be? You don't need to sugarcoat it. I just need facts.
I'll let Alfred tell you himself.
I told you, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just... there's a lot more to worry about right now than me.
Well, there is something else. I know this isn't the best time, but I need your advice. Director Waller's people reached out after the incident at your office. They said they were impressed with my skill set. We got to talking, and, well, they offered me a job with the agency. The training would start immediately, but it'd be a big step for me. I thought you might have some insight.
I've been working with the agency, so let me warn you. Waller's dangerous.
Yeah, I've done my research. I know she's got a bad rep. But maybe we need dangerous people for dangerous times.
This isn't what your father would have wanted for you.
I think he'd be proud. I'd be using my skills to fight crime, to protect others from losing their loved ones. Wayne Enterprises? It's hard there, Bruce. I see my dad in every hallway. I hear his laugh around every corner. And you're not around. I'm left to myself, with shadows and ghosts and secrets. Waller's tough, I know that. But she is ready to take me under her wing. She knows how to get things done.
I understand what you're saying. Just do me one favor. Watch yourself. Waller and the agency may not always be looking out for your best interests.
It's decided then. I'll hand in my notice first thing. And I'll tell Director Waller I accept.
Carnival.
I have to go.
We'll be waiting right here.
Going in alone.
John?
Hammer in the head. Mad Hatter Tea Party? Oh, I got a feeling this is where Joker's gonna snap.
Dr. Quinzel. This is Harley's.
Okay. Because the trick with those things is not how hard you hit it, it's where you hit it. If you hit it dead center, you can get really high up. But if you hit it offset, then it doesn't matter if you swing it with a freaking 50-pound sledgehammer. It's not going to go up.
Broken.
Oh, really? I was expecting it to be like a 10-second delay and then just be like, POP! Goes the weasel. I wonder if we're going to draw parallels to us using John and us running Alfred down. Oh, we have to go forward, huh? That scared me, but oddly I didn't jump. That should have jumped, but... Huh. That was weird. I wonder if I... Creepy. I wonder if I was like... kind of like... subconsciously expecting something like that. Oh, we're auto-walking.
Oh God, please. You're not making this easy on me, you know? What am I gonna say to Bruce? It wasn't me. I mean, it was me, but it was self-defense. I know it needs work. Stop judging me. Bruce?
Blake?
I'm so glad you're here. Please, it's not what it looks like. I can explain. Just try and reserve judgment.
Take a deep breath, John. Just calm down.
It was horrible. Just horrible. But you're right. I should do my exercises. Get a hold of myself.
That is not Blake.
What happened? Is Harley here?
She left just as I got here. The agents, they came looking for her. They're not supposed to just start shooting, Bruce. They're supposed to say, hands up! I've seen it on the TV.
They just attacked you.
I tried to talk sense into them, but they wouldn't listen. They just wanted blood. Something took hold of me. Something dark and vicious and desperate for survival. I grabbed the nearest thing and started swinging.
You think this is funny?
I'm sorry. I always laugh when I'm nervous. I completely redecorated, didn't I? I wonder what Harley would think of the new color scheme.
That's a gunshot.
You said you hit them with something.
I think so. I just grabbed whatever came to hand.
This woman has a gunshot wound.
Oh, really?
In the back.
Oh, yeah, it's coming back to me now. She was going for her partner's gun, and I just went on autopilot. I didn't stop until I was safe. I've just been sitting here in the dark until you came in.
You can be straight with me, John.
Why wouldn't I be telling you the truth? If I hadn't fought them off, I'd be the one lying in a pool of blood. You believe me, don't you? Because if we don't have trust, what do we really have? It's the foundation of any healthy relationship.
What kind of question is that? Of course I do.
Then what's with all the suspicion? You're just trying to tell me what you think I want to hear. You're supposed to be on my side! I guess I'm an idiot for expecting that, aren't I?
What do you mean?
Whatever this is between us, it's off balance. The goodwill only flows one way, and it isn't towards me. You've made that very clear by now. You didn't want to meet my friends. Not until you saw an advantage in it. I should have known then and there something was wrong about you. You've been using me from the start! At least have the decency to admit it! The least you can do is come clean about that! I'm not stupid, Bruce! Please, please, don't feed me any more lies.
Okay. Maybe I have been using you. I'm sorry, John, but there's more at stake here than your feelings.
It's like Dr. Leland always said. Never demean another person's emotions!
John?
I know. You can fight better than that. Or do you need your bat suit to really get you in the mood?
What?
Christ!
You forget I know you, Bruce. The real you. Always hiding behind some kind of mask. playboy, businessman, criminal. Bat. You can't fool a friend. Someone who really takes the time to look. You kinda gave it away with the laptop. Then you fell on your own sword to save Katsy. As if I needed more proof.
John, that's ridiculous. I'm the furthest thing from Batman there is.
No, you don't have to keep your mask on anymore, Bruce. Not with me.
Everybody knows.
Oh, are you gonna make me trot out all the evidence? All right, how about the vanishing act you pulled at the cafe when the bat signal showed up? You don't think I noticed how obvious that was?
You think you can use that against me? As blackmail?
Oh, I would never. We're two threads in the same stitch.
Just admit that?
Bound together, even under strain.
Then what's your point?
After we raided the agency's convoy, Harley stashed one of their trucks here. And now it's gone, which means she's getting out of town. Across the Gotham Bridge. Let me help you stop her. I'm not asking for much, just a little faith. I swear to you, this was self-defense. One more time. You do believe me, don't you? You still have faith in me, don't you? Your old buddy John?
I think he's lying.
This is a mess. And we are gonna need to talk about it more. But I believe you. I'm sorry I doubted you, John.
Gosh, Bruce, I'm overcome. I'm sorry I doubted you. But I feel so much better now that we've hashed this out. We've got to catch up with Harley before these murderous agents find her. She's got explosives and the virus. If they start shooting, things could get really exciting. Oh boy! Remember when you said you could buy me a car? I think I'd like to take you up on the offer.
I thought he was going to say, you could buy me this one. Ow, my elbow.
Get back! I'll blow this bridge to hell if you don't give me Riddler's blood!
Can't do it, Quinn. Even if I wanted to.
I mean it! The bridge and every sad son of a bitch on it!
The blood is gone! The serum you want is no longer an option! Stand down now! No one needs to get hurt!
Now you're yelling about the serum?
I said get back!
They're gonna kill her, Bruce! They're gonna shoot first and ask questions later! I can't just stand here and do nothing! We can't let that happen!
We'll keep her safe, John. You don't have to worry.
Hearing you say that really calms my nerves.
Wayne, about time you showed up. What in the good goddamn is he doing here?
Director Waller, John Doe's, been aiding Bruce's investigations.
This creature's with you?
Amanda Waller, meet John Doe. He's a trusted friend.
I'm here to defuse the situation.
I have my doubts, but hell, at this point I'll try anything. Harley's making demands we simply can't meet. Her detonator's on a dead man's switch. She lets it go. This bridge is history. This situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. I'm running out of options. Harley is heading towards a cliff, and she's gonna drag all of us with her.
You're not helping by having your men close in on her. If anything, you're provoking her to violence.
The time for talking is over. All she wants is Riddler's goddamn blood, and that's gone. One of my own people destroyed it. Someone inside the agency. The serum Quinn wanted to make is off the table for good.
Why don't we let Bruce try negotiating? He's spent a lot of time with Harley recently.
Give it a shot, Bruce. See what you can do. Stand down, people. Let him through.
I thought we were going to tell her to let John talk to her.
Well, well, well. Bruce Wayne.
Harley?
You made it out of the icebox. Good for you. Should have guessed you were working with Waller. Had me fooled. Up to a point. All I want is Riddler's blood. I get it. I leave Gotham for good. That agency hellbeast says she don't got it, but I know she's lying through her teeth. Her people took it from the layer.
The serum you're trying to make, it doesn't do what you think it does.
How do you know about that?
Because I looked into it. It does as much harm as it does good, maybe more. Harley, you're a doctor. You have to understand. It destroys your brain chemistry.
Uh-huh. Sure. You're gonna tell me you love me, Wayne?
Excuse me?
I like a little romance when I'm getting screwed. I'm holding all the goddamn cards. Either they give me what I want, or I play the one that goes boom! I ain't fooling around. I'll do it without a second thought.
I know why you're doing this, Harley. If you're afraid of inheriting your father's illness, I can help you find a cure.
You don't know me, Wayne. You did. You know better than to bring up my dear old dad.
Bruce, what the hell are you doing? Harley does not like talking about such personal things.
Stand down!
Bruce, keep on like that, she's gonna lose it!
Puddin'?
Let me talk to her. I know her better than anyone.
I'm so glad you're here, baby. These deadbeats want my head on a stick.
You can do it, John. I believe in you.
I won't let you down. I have everything worked out. Up here. Trust me. I learned from the best.
Okay, just...
Just what?
Hi!
I'll figure something out. Hey, don't worry about a thing. With all these people watching, how can I not live up to the occasion?
Those two reprobates getting their heads together is a recipe for a disaster. Oh, what were you thinking?
Bruce wanted me to try and bully her to submission.
John said it himself. He knows her better than anyone. As long as he keeps her talking, there's still a chance she won't blow the bridge.
There's truth in that. Not enough to inspire confidence, but it's better than nothing. I don't like the look of that. Not one bit. You gotta be kidding. This is going south. We're gonna shut this down right now.
If we interfere now, we could push her right back into Harley's arms.
If we don't, everyone on this bridge will die. Stand by to move in, people. Alpha team, move into flank. Take your positions. Look for a clean shot. What the hell do you think you're doing?
You gotta trust him, Waller. I'm telling you, he'll come through.
With a marriage proposal, maybe. Not a successful resolution to the crisis at hand.
You need to have faith. stand down.
You backstabbing piece of crap!
Don't struggle, Harley. They think you're a fighter. They're gonna put you in the hole.
I'm gonna rip your head off, you two-diamond son of a... Get her out of here.
How could you, John? You broke my heart.
Bruce showed me how to be good, Harley. In a way you never could.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Doe.
They're working together.
You did a great job. The virus, please.
I don't think so. I don't think anyone should have this. Least of all you.
Well then, we'll no longer be requiring your service.
No! What are you doing? He helped us.
You betrayed me after I saved the day? You agency people! You're just the worst!
Find that maggot! And get Quinn in the truck immediately! Where's Wayne? I want him secured! Subdue him if you have to!
Oh, damn!
Thanks, Root. It's good to know you have my back.
John?
You corrupt pigs. You're supposed to stand for justice. But you're liars. And you're murderers. And you're so goddamn rude. What the heck? What's wrong with this thing? Come on. Why won't you just work? Yes! That's what I want to see!
That was a hell of a delay.
You and me. Together. You're all going to pay for your crimes. Batman and I, we're going to bring you all justice. It's gonna be so much fun.
To be fair, wasn't really our fault. You and 1.8% of players left Tiffany feeling estranged. Tiffany felt resigned when you cautioned her about the agency. Tiffany was hesitant when you told her the agency was dangerous. Oh, maybe we could have actually talked her out of it. I wanted to talk her out of it, but I felt that it was going to drive an even bigger wedge. Oh, what the frick is that? You and 64.3% of players set John down the path to being a vigilante. John was despondent when you told him Harley betrayed both of you. He appreciated that you allowed him to leave to find Harvey by himself. You have earned John's trust, and he has vowed that the two of you will clean Gotham up together. You and 72% of players left Waller livid. Waller was supportive when you showed focus in going after Harley. You irritated Waller when you said she couldn't use the Sanctus tech. She became livid after you sided with John on the bridge. You and 43% of players left Avesta feeling determined. She was apologetic when you expressed your frustration at her revealing your secret identity to Waller. She was understanding when you didn't have anything to say about Batman's code. She was determined after she talked to you about destroying Riddler's blood. You and 7.3% of players left Alfred exasperated. Oh god, we are failing Alfred bad in this. Alfred was grateful when you helped him up off the floor. You made him cheerful with the mention of a vacation. Alfred was exasperated that you did not admit your secret to Tiffany. I think the only way to make him, like, calm down, less on the verge of a nervous breakdown, is to reveal our secret. Did you lower the temperature for Mr. Freeze? You and 95% of players showed Mr. Freeze compassion by lowering the temperature of the airlock. Did you trust John to find Harley by himself? You and 87% of players told John that you trusted him to find Harley by himself. Okay, let's finish this. I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think we would finish this game today, but we're doing it. Episode 5, Same Stitch. The looming threat on Gotham reaches its boiling point, forcing Bruce to decide how far he's willing to go to protect his city from a force that threatens to bring it to its knees. So he was always going to be Joker, but I'm curious if our decisions make him more vigilante or more, chaotic, typical Joker style.
Bruce, buddy, what's it been? A week? 2 weeks? Sorry I didn't call sooner. I've had to stay low, real low, like underground. Every time I pop up, Waller's idiots are there, and they don't seem to care whether they bring me in alive. I gave her Harley, the girl of my dreams, on that bridge, and what did I get for thanks? Waller tried to shoot me. The only thing she cares about is getting this virus back. If that ain't happening, well, I'm sick of keeping out of sight. I put together a little crew. It's time to get things moving again. Our plan: to bring them all to justice. I want you to be there to see it. Today, I'm gonna make Waller and the agency wish they never messed with us. Our fight starts now, Batman.
He's trying to provoke them. I have to stop this.
Be careful. Since you defended John, you're on Waller's most wanted list as well. Best keep a low profile.
Sure is hell-bent on finding John Doe.
Weimer? He has the Lotus virus. And he made her look like a fool.
Looks like the place has gotten a makeover.
I thought John was hiding from the agency. Why would he draw this much attention to himself?
He's clearly up to something.
We have to catch this guy.
One of those whack jobs is gonna give him up.
The agency is out in force.
Waller won't leave anything to chance. John humiliated her on the bridge.
And then escaped with the virus. If I move now, he'll see me. Those shotguns pack a punch. Better stay out of his line of sight.
That's a pistol, not a shotgun.
Automatic weapon. It's extreme, even for the agency. Waller's desperate. No way to sneak past this one. I'll need to distract him. I could use a bat stunner to fry the light. That should draw his attention. My bat stunner would set off the car alarm. That should get the guard moving.
What the hell?
You don't talk? We're gonna end this right now.
We ain't giving him up. He cares about Gotham.
You're all gonna pay.
What you and your agency are doing here isn't right.
Tell me where John Doe is!
I ain't no rat.
That's too bad. Rats have a knack for survival. Kill him. Batman.
These agents are crazy, Batman. They're gonna kill us.
This stops now, Agent.
Waller said you'd be trouble, that you'd protect John Doe. But I'm thinking, that can't be right. Doe's a monster. And these clowns here, they call him a hero. That's not what you think, right?
John helped the agency arrest Harley Quinn.
And then he ran off with a deadly megavirus.
Because your boss tried to shoot him.
That was justified. You helped them, you're helping him. And if you're helping John Doe, you're the enemy too. Fire! Hit him again! What the hell?
Oh my god!
Boss! Sorry I'm late!
That is too
Almost
good.
Missed my own debut!
John?
Nope! Better than John! Come on, partner! Time for some justice!
This is too good.
He's open!
Deadly force authorized!
Well, this is unlucky. For these guys.
This is amazing.
That was so much fun! Take that, agency scum!
Pigs.
Willie, Frank, Lauren, thanks for hanging in there. Who's hunting who now? You and me, Batman. Fighting crime together. We make one heck of a team. Don't you think?
We do make a pretty good team.
Right! We're gonna do such great things! I know it!
John?
Eh? Joker.
What?
There is no more John Doe. It's Joker now. It's my hero name. Like, you know, Batman. I tried out a few other ones. Birdman, Hawkman, Fox Batman, the Giggler, Chuckle Master, Lord of the Laughs, and the Joke Man.
Joker, huh? What made you pick that?
It's not obvious.
No, not really.
Because I'm so funny. We've done good work today, Batman. Waller still doesn't have the virus, but kept the agency from killing my friends, tried 2 out of 4 new moves. Wait a second. Wasn't that Harrison guy, like, right over there?
Time to go. Oh, this can't be good.
Drop it! Drop the asset!
Thanks!
Yeah. Oh. I was kind of thinking maybe Bane.
Bane.
I was not expecting.
You're working with them?
Director Waller promised you revenge. Here's your chance.
Whoa! Get out of here!
We're not leaving you.
Me and Batman, we've got this.
Remember, the director wants Batman alive.
I don't care what she wants.
Do as you're told.
Pathetic. Too weak!
The venom should have worn off by now.
Waller made some improvements to the formula.
Nice.
That's gotta hurt him, right?
I will enjoy tearing your head from you.
Enough with the monologue. Finish the job.
You pitiful little man.
Call that monster off. Let go.
Oh shit!
What's the plan? If you can stop him for just 1 second, then I can...
I'll lure Bane under that smokestack, then you knock it over.
Don't die if I'm ready!
Now, we can do this my way.
Joker, no!
Hey, Bane! Ever considered a career change from luchador to pavement stain? That looked painful. No! No!
revenge. You will pay for killing my friend.
What are you?
Riddler! Waller told me what you did. You let Batman defeat him, and then you struck like a coward.
No, I didn't! Batman! I didn't!
You would work with such a man? A murdering coward?
I said I didn't kill him! Waller's a liar! I didn't kill Riddler! What? What was that? I can't believe you! You shouldn't have stopped me. Don't you remember who this is? Look how many innocent people he's killed! He almost killed you! Again! He just needed one more good stab to an artery, and it would be over.
You can't be a killer and a hero. It's one or the other.
Says who? Not history. Do you think that... Okay. Okay. Heroes like us don't kill. Even when they're wrongfully accused of murder.
Why does Waller think you killed Riddler?
I don't know. She probably did it. She's probably trying to pin it on me. But I didn't. You know that, right? Batman! You're hurt.
Stay where you are! You are both under arrest!
We gotta get out of here.
Alfred.
Bruce, are you alright?
I need a quick patch-up. And I'm not alone.
I'll come to you.
Sending coordinates.
Oh, this is going to be all kinds of fun.
Easy. Is that who I think it is?
You must be John.
He goes by Joker now.
You know who I am?
Bruce has mentioned you, yes.
Really? What'd you tell him about me? All good things, I hope.
Alfred knows you're a friend of mine.
And any friend of Batman's?
Bruce, I know. We're tight like that.
Yes, he informed me.
That's great. No secrets between us. We're all part of the club. Wow! The Alfred! I've been collecting tabloid photos of Bruce for years, and you're in the background of at least a third of them.
You're hurt. Let me have a look.
Years? You've only known each other for like one.
Let's get this off you.
Would Alfred showing up not give away our identity anyway? Oh, damn.
I'll take care of stapling the wound. Can you...
I'll prepare the compress.
Can I help, Alf? You mind if I call you that?
Please don't. And thank you. This is a one-person job.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Listen to you speak all day with that accent. It's like a Dickens novel come to
Guessing there's no way this doesn't sting.
Oh, God.
Very handy around Christmas.
Oh, damn it.
British before Arkham. Does this sound natural? Oi, you there, boy. Get the Queen her beans for breakfast. How's that sit with you?
So, Joker.
What's up?
When you jumped off the bridge, that was one hell of a drop. What happened after?
That was crazy, right? It seemed like a fast getaway, terminal velocity and all. Anyway, I hit, sploosh, and it was dark and cold and wet for a while. Then I ended up grabbing onto some flotsam. Or was it jetsam? No, it was flotsam. Floated on that until I hit the shore, found Frank from the stack deck, and got some dry clothes. Gave me a different outlook, you know? New lease on life.
Glad it worked out. You've got a new look.
Awesome, right? You'd be amazed what you can find in thrift stores. But also on mannequins in fancy stores when no one's looking.
Certainly makes an impression.
Well, I was aiming for a Batman. But me! Dark and scary. Like my best bud. But also flashy and fun. It finally feels like the right skin.
Uh-huh. That looks a lot like a Batarang.
Batarang? No, I don't even see how you'd think. Oh. Yeah, maybe. But it isn't. It's totally unique. It's a Jokerang.
Jokerang.
Uh-huh.
They're really warm. They've been in my pocket all day. I said I'd throw it 100 times a day, and I did. I'm a real Deadeye now.
Oh, good work.
I certainly thought so.
I should get back to my arm.
Of course. I don't want you getting gangrene. So I'm dying to know.
I should close that up.
Bruce like as a little tyke.
An angel. Perfect in
These should do the job.
Really?
Yes, if you discount all the terrible, terrible things he did.
I knew it!
Okay.
It was quite
Done.
a production getting this.
We've had too much practice as of late.
Guess it's just one of those Wayne luxuries, huh? Having someone like Alfred to take care of you. You're kind of his ward, huh? Do people still use that word?
Alfred's always been there for me. After my parents died, he became the person I could count on the most.
Everything in the line of duty?
Sure, Al.
You guys are so cute. Alfred. The eye patch. Pirate cosplay.
It was an unfortunate result of being on the job.
Whoa! He literally gave an eye for you, Bruce.
It's Waller.
Batman.
We know what you did, Waller. You're gonna regret. Sorry.
So you're with our mutual friend. Good. It'll make this convenient. I want John Doe.
Joker. Sorry.
John Doe and the virus in 2 hours, or I go public with your identity. I don't want to burn you down, Bruce, but I will.
Don't push me, Waller.
Your actions are why we find ourselves here. The virus, your Joker, at the GCPD, 2 hours.
She's going to kill me. Kill me or turn me into a slave like Bane. And look what happened to him. I don't want to have some maniac stab
Waller
me.
won't stop coming after you until she gets the virus. But we can't give it to her. We have to destroy it.
We do? Why? Not that I'm second-guessing you. I just want a reason.
You wanted to be a hero. This is how we do it. This is how we keep people safe. With the virus gone, Waller won't see you as much of a threat.
Well, I don't like the sound of that. She's going around telling lies, pinning murders on me. She has to pay for what she's done. I could put just the slightest hint of virus in Waller's shampoo, or maybe her perfume, technically, I'd still be giving her the virus. I only want to see her melt. A little. Liquefy her insides. A tiny bit.
Listen to me very carefully. You do that, and you cross over to the other side. And believe me, you do not want to find yourself at odds with me.
Oh, come on, Bats. Don't tell me you've never thought about watching her die in pain.
I'm warning you.
I don't know. Dr. Leland did say I had trouble letting things go. Known issue. So what am I supposed to do? Give up my grudges? What am I gonna lie awake at night stewing over then? It just makes me so angry.
You can use that pain to motivate yourself. I have, and Gotham is better for it.
Pain as a motivator. I like it.
I'm not sure that's entirely what Bruce meant.
Oh, I know what he meant.
Yeah.
Well, if you say it's the right thing to do, I'm trusting you on this.
Now?
Right here.
I feel there's about 8 different ways that could have gone.
That's it?
That's it. Completely inert now.
Joker.
Oh.
Bruce and I need a moment.
Oh, okay. I'll check the perimeter.
I'm a little surprised you indulged his darker impulses. He's clearly searching for his place in the world. Right now, he believes it to be at your side. You might set a more responsible example.
Coast is clear.
Waller has leverage on me. We need a countermeasure.
Perhaps someone on the inside can help.
Someone who's lost faith in Waller's crusade.
You have someone on the inside?
Blake. Harrison? I don't even think we've met the guy before today. Jim. Selena. Oh, we can only pick one. Selena's not on the inside. I don't know. I want to go with Jim. But Avesta's on the inside. I think we're going to go with Jim. Because he would also hopefully set a good example for Joker. And the off chance that we can actually, like, not make him go insane.
Jim Gordon, formerly commissioner. Jim has no love for Waller, but without being on the inside, it's a long shot he'd be able to help.
Oh, okay.
Agent Amon Avesta. She changed her tune about Waller after the raid on the Sanctus facility.
If she's looking for a way to fight back, you could give it to her.
She's our best bet.
Batman.
Waller's threatened to reveal my identity if I don't hand over Joker and the virus. I need some information on her. Something to negotiate with.
Well, you came to the right person. When do you need it?
I'm meeting her at the GCPD in 2 hours.
Meet me on the roof in 1. I'll have a little present for you.
We're taking the Batmobile? We're taking the Batmobile!
I love him! He is so great! I am not looking forward to when he turns. Okay guys, I need a 2-minute break to grab some water and run to the bathroom. I will be right back. Oh, that was weird. I'm back, guys. Thanks for waiting.
This is going to be so great! Me and you taking down Waller. Joker and Batman, heroes of Gotham.
We're not here for a fight. You need to make yourself scarce. Waller is only a few floors below us.
All right, I'll do the dignified thing and hide. So if things go south, I can surprise them from the shadows.
No, I know. I just need a place to stay for a little while. It's just... باید کار پیدا بکنم مامان. Maman. Look, don't worry about it. It's only a job. یک چیزی دیگه پیدا میکنم، خب؟ Yeah, it's hard. I'm gonna try and find somewhere in Gotham, ولی من نمیدونم. خب، آره. Right. Yeah, میدونم. I'm sorry, I have to go. I'll call you later, okay? Batman, I'm glad you came. Waller's really gonna do it. If you don't give her Joker, she'll shout your identity from the rooftops. I know you said you'd find a way to get over it, but I can't shake the feeling I'm to blame. After the fallout with Harley at the bridge, now this... I'm sorry I told Waller your secret. Let me make it up to you. I found something on Waller. Something big. I threw together a document. Details just how dirty her hands are. Sanctus, the experiments, Riddler. It's a little unbelievable, but it's worse than I thought. When the agency initially dissolved Sanctus, Waller was responsible for cleanup. In public record, she did exactly that.
But that isn't what happened.
No. She saved samples and data. She just couldn't let it go. Not when it had so much potential.
And someone from Sanctus got their hands on it.
She's to blame for all of this. If she had just done her job and destroyed the virus, none of this would have happened.
Nice work, Amon.
Compiled from various sources, detailing Waller's illegal transgressions while acting as the head of the agency. Justice Department memo dated November 2nd. Waller agreed to dismantle Sanctus. Internal agency document, top secret, describing the process in which the Sanctus research is to be salvaged. FBI documents contradict each other, August 24th, August 31st. Two scientist whistleblowers who were set to testify against Waller went missing. Months later, the first FBI document says they entered the witness relocation program. Only a week after, that same document claims they have no record of either scientist. Whereabouts currently unknown. Internal agency document, top secret. Codename, The Devil You Own. Details the creation of lethal shock collars to control known criminals. Described as a new form of house arrest for more violent offenders, but were used for a very different purpose. Shredded document, repaired. The agency admits to using human test subjects during the time when Sanctus was active, but goes on to describe how a few subjects were kept after Sanctus was dissolved for further monitoring. Redacted document, source unknown. Attempted omission of Riddler's true name on a list of agency assets in current programs. This is good. I like it. The only problem I have with this is if we use it, I feel like the only person that could have given this is Vizira. Her. I can't say her name. So then Waller knows who to go after. And if that's the case, I feel like I would still use it. This is hard. I've been wanting to use the Batman make the decisions as Batman would, like as a loner and all that. And we have to an extent, but for John, which is like 80% of the game, we haven't. I've been doing what I would do. Because I feel like if we're doing Batman's decision, he wouldn't become friends with him. We would use him and then basically have him snap. And instead we became friends with him and trying to stay friends with him to prevent him from snapping. No, I think if we had to choose to use it and expose Agent Verez and not, I think I will use it.
I've seen enough.
With this in your pocket, Waller loses her leverage over you.
Thank you, Iman.
I guess it's all over now. It's only a matter of time before Waller realizes what I've done.
Yeah.
She'll want to keep this buried, so it's unlikely she'll take this to internal affairs. But that won't stop her from ending my career. Or from making my life a nightmare. God. I remember begging Waller for the Gotham assignment. It's funny how quickly things change.
Come work with me. We'd be lucky to have you.
At Wayne Enterprises? Or should I get fitted for body armor?
I'd go with Wayne Enterprises. Better benefits.
I might take you up on that. Thank you. Well, it's just you and Waller now. Hopefully the next time I see you, it will be to talk about my salary.
I'm kind of surprised by that. I was like 80% certain that she was in league with Waller. As I was saying before, that if I started distrusting Waller or, you know, going off the rails, that Verez would move in and kind of right the ship without being as overt, right? She would, because she had the psychological profile, I was expecting her to manipulate us in a way of making it think that we decided to work with the agency or towards their goals without her actually like steering us. So I'm really surprised that that didn't, or at least so far, doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, well, well. Sorry to interrupt. Not only are you aiding and abetting a wanted criminal, you corrupted one of my most loyal agents. Someone I trusted. Someone I took under my wing. And you did this for what? To throw away such a promising career.
You don't deserve loyalty, Waller. From Iman or anyone else.
I need to be able to count on those working for me. Or the whole castle starts to crumble. You've crossed a line, Batman. You helped that maniac escape with the virus.
The virus is destroyed. I saw to it myself.
Destroyed? Fine. Well, I don't see John Doe wrapped up in a bow. Are you here to take his place? Because that's not what I asked for. I'm pretty sure I was clear on that.
It's over, Waller. I know what you did.
And I was thinking you were here to make peace. They all work for me now. A special task force for special problems.
Oh my god.
Is Catwoman
Even your old friend Catwoman.
Yeah.
Catwoman.
Don't give her anything, Batman. She...
Did I say you could talk? You're outmatched. Time to stop this foolishness and get back into line. With the rest of the team.
You and Dollar are both...
I don't want to work with that gloomy ink blot.
They don't intimidate me, and neither do you.
Then let's go, Bats. Let's see what you got.
Oh, you're confident, Batman. But then you'd have to be with the crap you've pulled.
This is wrong, Waller. You can't use criminals to do your dirty work.
Why should good people die fighting the likes of them? Or the likes of you and John Doe? You put my people in the hospital, protecting a maniac who killed at least 3 of my agents. A maniac who stabbed me in the gut. You're on the wrong side of this. You have to see that.
Don't preach at me, Waller. I know how corrupt you really are.
What do you mean? What did she tell you? There's nothing on me I can't handle. Whatever you think you got will bounce off me like rain off an armored truck. You know why they call me the Wall, Batman? Because you can't break through me.
You know if your superiors see this, it destroys your career.
What do you want?
I want you and the agency out of Gotham today.
Okay. With the virus gone, my work here is done. I'll order my people to pack up.
That's not all.
Don't push it, Batman. I still know your identity. This is a stalemate, not a rout.
No action against Agent Avesta, legal or otherwise.
She compromised our mission. That can't go unpunished. I'll tell you what. I'll give Avesta immunity from prosecution. You'll have my word I won't come after her personally. On one condition. Hand over Doe. You know he'll be better off locked away. Better for himself and for everyone else. Otherwise, we're even. Me and my people are out of this godforsaken town. I won't look back.
I won't betray him. Not even for that.
Then our business is concluded. For now.
No! No, 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 no! That's not acceptable! Not at all!
What the hell? It's John Doe.
Oh, Puddin'! Come out, wherever you are!
Biggest villain in Gotham right in front of you! And you're just letting her waltz on out of town? That is so very disappointing. You're a hypocrite! You're letting her off the hook because of what? Because she has a badge?
You'll be safer when she's gone. We all will.
You're letting her off the hook!
You think you're some kind of force for justice, Joker? Don't you see how ridiculous that is?
What's ridiculous is that anyone believes your lies! You blame me for your crimes, when we both know you killed Riddler!
Are you serious? Think whatever you want. You will never be a hero.
How dare you? You're worse than me! That makes me the hero! And this is what heroes do to villains!
What are you doing?
Doing what you apparently can't! Shining a light on the shadiest part of Gotham!
Good throw.
Kill him!
With pleasure!
Not yet!
We should not have told him to use his grudges.
The agency gave me a little upgrade. What do you think?
Damn, he's getting good at that.
Go!
Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. Oh, that was vicious. So apparently in this game, anytime I fail a QuickTime event, I die. I was hitting X instead of A.
I'm going to give you the sentence you deserve.
Joker, stop!
You and your stupid code!
Batman, the collar!
Good shot. You guys are good.
Catwoman, detain Batman.
Well played.
The rest of you, take care of Doe.
Sorry, but I think you can handle it.
Jesus. It's like she's actually trying.
I'm sorry. This damn collar. It's a kill switch. One wrong move and Waller pulls the trigger. I can't risk testing her.
Then don't hold back. I can take it.
You think so? Thanks. I owe you one.
Kinky.
Back off, cat lady!
That's enough! You're cornered, Batman! Give up, Joker! Now!
Come on,
I'll
Jim.
take you both down. Last chance!
Jim's gonna make an appearance. Come on!
You think you have us cornered?
Oh, there's the C4.
No! Get out of the way! Move! Batman! What are you doing? Batman, no!
Oh, I just reacted. Who did I save? I didn't pay attention to who I saved. I just reacted and went for the closest one.
Batman, no!
Oh, I might have to look back on the VOD. Ow.
Joker's getting away! He's got Waller!
Get down!
Oh, God, I can feel that. Oh, Jesus. God. Oh. Damn.
Batman!
God, I have to breathe for that.
Oh my God. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, my controller turned off.
Come on. I know you're stronger than that.
Why did my controller turn off?
One more time.
Fuck. Oh, that is impressively straight. Ah!
How do we stop the bleeding?
Oh!
Suit. Seal.
That's impressive.
Batmobile. It'll get me home.
You got it.
Come with me.
I would. It's only a matter of time before they realize I'm gone.
I can get it.
Right now, let's worry about keeping you alive. Stay with me. Batman? Batman!
I wanted to say get out of town, but I figured the collar would stop that. Coming with me would give us a chance to deactivate the collar.
A guy walks into a doctor's office. The guy says, Doc, I've got this thing with my hands. They won't stop shaking and it's driving me mad. And the doctor says, have you been drinking a lot? And the guy says, no, not really.
I spill most of it.
Oh, heard that one before, have you?
Pretty sure from you.
It never was quite so relevant before. I decided my bedside manners could use some adjustment. Admonishing you never seems to get us anywhere.
Weird. I don't know what we're doing to Alfred, but we gotta stop it.
Try not to move until the painkillers settle in. That leg still needs to heal, as do the 3rd, 8th, and 10th ribs.
How did I get here?
Miss Kyle, she managed to get you into the Batmobile. The car arrived here, and I tended to you. It must be nice to be reminded that you have friends you can count on. And then there are friends who do things like this. He could have killed you. He nearly did.
Alfred, John is just... He has trouble controlling his impulses. Sometimes he acts without thinking. Okay, maybe more than sometimes.
I know you care for him, Bruce, but he's hurt people. A lot of people. And well, I'm sorry to say, but it's only gotten worse. Computer, bring up all live news feeds. Filter for the word Joker.
Gotham is still picking up the pieces after a man calling himself Joker led an assault on the GCPD.
There has been no confirmation whether Amanda Waller, director of the agency, is still alive.
The pursuit led onto the sidewalk where frightened citizens dove for cover.
Officers chased the madman for hours after the
We
attack,
know
but
that
lost him in the chaos.
11 people were seriously injured. This incident has many wondering, who is the Joker? Where did he come from? And where will his reign of terror end?
I fear your advice about using one's grudges as positive motivators was lost on John.
Reports have confirmed 8 casualties.
Or perhaps it worked a bit too well.
As soon as I selected that option, I regretted it.
Make him, you know.
Excuse me?
This Joker, from the start, John has hung on your every word. Bend over backwards to please you. Your influence is everywhere in him, even the part of you that is darkest. And now he is that.
You're right. Maybe I just refuse to see it.
I know, Bruce. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said all that to you, the shape you're in. I've had too much time to think while you've been recovering. Careful now. All the way up, Batman. There are people out there who need you on your feet. You have to put a stop to him, Bruce. I know you will, but whatever feelings you may have had for John, don't let him use them against you. You can't allow him to cloud your judgment.
You don't know John like I do. He still considers me his best friend. He wouldn't abuse that.
He's a killer, Bruce. A maniac who kidnapped the head of the world's top intelligence agency. You can't go on blind hope that he will be the man you once knew. While you were out, I've kept abreast of the authorities' search for Joker and his associates.
John has often mentioned he misses Arkham. Maybe he's hiding there.
I thought of that. I'm afraid our own drone network has come up empty in a search of the asylum grounds and its catacombs.
The agency searched the subway lair the Pact had been using. They found nothing and razed what was left to the ground.
As for the GCPD, they've investigated John's other favorite haunt, the stacked deck. Interviews there yielded nothing useful, other than the fact John and a few of his regulars he's recruited to his cause haven't frequented the establishment in over a week or so.
Willie Deaver on the left, and that's Frank Dumfrey.
Oh. I thought we were going with, like, they would know where he is. We just have to track them down.
Waller set up a stakeout at the funhouse after her agents' bodies were found. She has people there around the clock. Oh. John's gone to ground and in none of the usual places that we know about. It's a long shot, but... The water tower, where Joker set his ambush for the agency. It's still an active crime scene. With a little bit of luck, there may be something there I can use to track him.
Let's hope so. Especially with time running out for Director Waller. Let's get to work.
And we're not gonna try to figure out the callers? Nice throw.
For the pain. Take care of yourself, Bruce.
Batman? I wasn't expecting you. We might not be able to give you a lot of time.
With Waller kidnapped and me getting canned, no one's sure whose jurisdiction this crime scene falls under. The agencies or the GCPD's. So for now, let's go ahead and say it's yours, all right? My people are here to help however they can.
Glad you're here, Jim. I'd heard.
Technically, I'm not here. Not in an official capacity, anyway.
Working outside of the law. Let me know if you need any pointers.
Still got his patch.
Batman. Former commissioner. The agency considers you a fugitive, you know. There's an APB out on you, with orders to bring you in.
You're not intimidated by me. I'm impressed.
I figure it's a job requirement.
Ms. Fox, this isn't really the time.
Relax. I'm just searching for Director Waller, same as you. I couldn't care less about this petty jurisdictional turf war.
Lead the way, Special Agent Fox.
What should we be looking for?
After the pack separated, Joker had to find somewhere else to hide. There could be clues here that tell us where that is, and where he may have taken Waller.
I feel like his car would be a good clue. She's got her own drones. I actually forgot about that.
I'm surprised to see you with this bunch. The agency, I mean. They snapped you up fast, huh?
Things moved quickly, yeah. It felt like the right thing to do. The best way to help, you know?
You ever talk to Bruce Wayne? After the whole arrest thing, I guess there's probably no love lost between you.
Bruce and I
He's no fan of mine anymore, that's for sure.
don't know if I want to talk about it. I've known Bruce since we were very small. So, yeah, some of the things he's done recently, they hurt. I'm sure he thinks he's doing the right thing, whatever that is. Can we get back to the task at hand?
Forensics ran it through the system. Found it was stolen from the stacked deck a few weeks ago.
I recognize it. It's been customized since then.
My drone can analyze it. Just point and I'll shoot.
Is that the same car he hotwired and we met Harley in? Can we back away? Because I don't... Damn it. Wanted to investigate the other parts of this scene.
Agent Fox, if you would do the honors. Get some details on this paint.
Funny. Doesn't look like a rush job.
Because it's not. The drone sees a body shop quality strip below the top layer.
How does she have access to our ARM computer?
The paint uses a stripping solvent that hasn't met compliance standards since...
I'll run a check on manufacturers in the area, see who's recently been dinged for safety regulations. This much data, we're gonna need something to narrow it down. Like a name.
Kid's a natural at this. Huh. This car is hotwired. It's a mess. Well, you'd think a guy like him would have stolen a car before.
He's unconventional.
That's one way to put it. Someone was thirsty. What do you think? Wanna run DNA?
No. We already know who it belongs to.
Really? I mean, we could at least try to figure out who he was.
I miss this, you know. You and me raking over a crime scene. I messed it up, didn't I? Now, in the early days when we were chasing you, not realizing you were one of the good guys, you and I came to an agreement. We worked together to make Gotham safer. I lost my head the other day. I want you to know I'm sorry. I cracked, like I said I would when Waller first moved in. I said and did some things I'm not proud of.
I don't remember what he did.
I regret it.
You were just doing what you thought was right, Jim. There's nothing to apologize for.
You're a good man for saying that.
I've missed this too.
Got something interesting. It's a faint signal.
We look after? I want to look around. Hooray!
Drone.
Bane's venom.
His suit was punctured. It's everywhere.
Is it useful?
No. Not in finding Joker.
I'll add it to ignore on the drone search filters. Looks like it was crushed.
Is that a boot print?
It's tungsten steel, though. Hard to break that just by stepping on it.
Bane's a big boy. Remarkable craftsmanship. And silver filigree. He's become quite the showman these days.
John Doe doesn't seem particularly crafty.
Oh, maybe they had a shop class in Arkham.
They don't. Welcome, Agency Pigs.
Here I thought that was our nickname.
They stole our nickname.
Not sure Riddler would like the new decor.
This Joker guy going nuts. I heard it started with Riddler's murder, that he's blaming Waller for it. Wouldn't actually surprise me.
Riddler's murder? Really?
But maybe it was always just a matter of time before he snapped.
Did Tiffany have something to do with this murder? Oh my god, my mind will blow.
A Maker's Mark. WD. Willie Deaver, Joker's associate. What do you have on him?
Machinist by trade, with a storied employment history. He's been fired from almost every factory and chemical plant in Gotham. Has a drinking problem, apparently.
Chemical plants. Huh. Let me cross-reference Willie Deaver's former employers with the paint used on Joker's car. Ace Chemicals. Their main plant was shut down last year after the city cited them for multiple safety violations.
Oh.
Because of the paint.
The plant's been abandoned ever since. Perfect hiding spot.
We found him.
Well, well, well. What's all this then? A bat and a walking mustache trespassing on my crime scene.
You escaped.
You got it all wrong, Batty boy. I'm here on agency business.
For the love of God.
That's right. I'm one of the good guys now. So hand over everything you found before I knock out those pearly whites. In the name of the law.
Batman, we don't have time to mess around with this clown.
Make time, copper. You all take orders from me now.
You with a badge. What a joke.
This from a talking bat. Let me show you how things work around here now, Batsy. This is Agent Quinn, suppressing fire.
This is Agent Fox. Disregard that order.
Oh, sweetie, don't you know? Agency says I'm a prime asset. Means I outrank you. I said suppressing fire! These suits are convinced I can save their director from Big Bad Joker. They'll do anything for me. So all you gotta do is tell me where John took her so I can get back to my job. After all, Johnny Boy and I are due for a nice long talk. Poor guy's fallen in with the wrong crowd.
You don't have a hold over him anymore, Harley. He's over you.
He's over me? Oh, please. And here I thought being diplomatic would work with you people. Oh well, I'll try something you can understand. I need Hey! You cops can't just shoot people like that!
I'm off duty.
Hello? What's a girl gotta do to get some... The hell?
Asset in the line of fire! Don't shoot!
I could hack those collars in my sleep.
Oh god, I was scratching.
You son of a...
Montoya!
Got it, sir.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Sending you off to Blackgate, where you belong.
Oh, please! The agency isn't gonna let me sit in a cell. I'm an asset. I'm gonna get what I want, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. You can't touch me, Bats. I'm the one in control here. Not you,
Not the GCPD!
You think you're in control? You'll live the rest of your life under the agency's thumb.
No, that ain't how this works. I'm doing this thing on my terms, no one else's.
Now tell that to Waller when she gets back in the office.
Find Joker and get Director Waller out safely.
I'll take care of this.
Have your people hold back until I call them. Waller's life may depend on a stealthy approach.
Batman. Good hunting.
Jim's awesome. Yeah, that's not foreboding at all.
Getting dirty was the only way to get the virus back. And it worked until you jumped off that bridge.
I would have given it to you!
I take complete responsibility.
Louder, so the camera can pick it up.
Took you long enough.
Batman! Thank God! I mean, I assumed you'd be okay. You're Batman, for Pete's sake. But still, are you okay, buddy? I was really worried about you.
This needs to stop. Let Waller go.
I know things got a little out of hand. I had to do something. Waller was about to walk away. But get this. I'm this close to getting Waller to admit to every terrible thing she's ever done. And when that's over, I'll deliver her punishment. It'll, of course, have to reflect the enormity of her crimes.
The only enormity I'm seeing is your jail sentence.
God, I really don't like you.
Waller needs to go to trial. Maybe spend the rest of her life in a cell. But not whatever this is.
Do you know how long that would take? You know, I don't know why you're not more into this. Think of everything she's put you through! Everyone is disposable to her. Even her own agents.
I know I've made mistakes. You try to do the right thing, but there's always a cost. Just ask your pal Batman there. He'll say the same thing. I do what I do for a reason. I'm not ashamed.
Don't play innocent.
I play to win. When I lose, good people die.
You're totally right. She sucks! Let's keep the show rolling. We've heard your excuses. You didn't mean for people to get hurt. Collateral damage, yada yada yada. But there's one crime that can't be excused. You killed the Riddler! And then you tried to pin it on me!
Didn't kill him. Like I said.
It was you! You killed Riddler! Say it!
I will not.
If there's one thing I learned by watching you, violence solves a lot of problems! Damn it, Batman! Stay out of my way! You need a distraction. While I get my confession.
And
the way
nuts.
the boss talked about you, I thought you'd be bigger.
I like his gun. That was fantastic.
You move, she dies. I'm trying really, really hard to do things your way. I want to just slice her throat right here, right now. But I'm getting proof of her guilt, just for you.
I can see that you're trying, but this isn't the way.
Don't coddle me! You're just saying things, trying to trip me up. Just like Waller. She justifies her crimes, says they're for the greater good, just like you. You both use that word, justice, as an excuse, so you can do whatever you want. I thought you and I were two threads in the same stitch, but it's not me. It's her.
I am justice. What I do keeps Gotham from becoming the swamp it once was. I've given everything to protect this city.
Delusions of grandeur much? Yet another thing you have in common with Waller. Trying to do things your way was a mistake. Waller killed Riddler. And she deserved death!
It wasn't Waller!
Oh no. No.
Tiffany, what are you doing here?
No!
I let Director Waller pay for my crimes. Waller didn't kill Riddler. I did. He deserved to die.
God, are you kidding me? These are the people you want to protect. I should kill them both. Everyone here is guilty. This is a joke.
Leave them out of this, Joker. This is about you and me.
Tell that to your distraction over there.
I used a drone and these. There's your proof.
You want to sacrifice yourself for Waller? Then go ahead.
No!
Just hold on.
Murder is wrong. Trust the system. Violence isn't the answer. People just pick and choose what they believe. And you're no different.
I've got her!
He's down! Hands where we can see them!
After everything we've been through together, this is how it ends.
I'll get you help. I won't abandon you.
You want me to go back to the beginning? To Arkham? Where it all started? I've come so far since then, Batman. Because of you. I believed in you, Batman. Like I never believed in anything. And it was all a lie!
Jesus.
John.
It's Joker!
Oh, my controller turned off again. It's off again! My controller won't stay on! Oh yeah, now it stays on. Freaking.
That's enough!
Classic revolver. Nice.
Admiring you, wanting to be like you, be loved by you. I lost myself, but not anymore.
Ow.
I guess that's it. I really wanted to be a hero, you know? But I just can't. I know you used me. I know I should hate you for that. But I don't. Because I had such a good time with you, Bruce. Did you ever think of me as your friend? Like a true friend? Someone you actually care about?
Nope.
Of course. Of course you were my friend.
You are one messed up guy.
Huh. Ah, he's smoking again.
I thought you quit.
Oh, these? No, these are mine.
I think the circumstances allow. Gordon was telling me how you found me. Sounds like top-drawer detective work.
It was a team effort. Batman led the charge.
It's not easy to say this, but it looks like you saved my life. I guess that puts me in your debt.
You owe me. And I will collect.
Jim, would you mind giving us a minute? Batman and I have some unfinished business.
I'll go check on Joker's transfer, make sure they don't take any chances. Just try not to rip each other's heads off, okay? We can all play nice now that the bad guy's in cuffs.
Funny coming from Jim.
Joker's no longer a threat. Promise me you'll leave Agent Avesta alone.
Fair. You don't have to worry. Our stalemate from the roof still stands. I'm pulling out of Gotham effective immediately.
Then why are we still talking?
Tiffany Fox. Riddler's death may have caused a lot of problems, but I won't make her pay for it. I'll leave that to the man who can't stand killing. I know you think I'm the devil, but I want you to understand. I didn't see things going down like this. I let the mission get out from under me. Never really regained a solid footing.
Watch out, Waller, or you might stumble onto an actual apology.
You let me talk, we might get there. I just came here to round up the Pact. Quick and easy.
And if Riddler led you to Sanctus, that would have been a bonus.
Listen. Everything I did for the greater good. To protect Gotham, to uphold the law, to make the world a safer place.
Whatever your reasons, you went too far. You escalated things on the bridge. You got people killed. And coming after me? What were you thinking?
You sided with that maniac. What was I supposed to do? Give you a medal? You act so high and mighty. At the end of the day, you're just a rich guy with all the toys beating up on lunatics.
I deal with criminals who threaten my city.
You're so far up your own ass, you can't see the truth. You're as nuts as any of them. Avesta had you pegged the minute she walked in your office. She started listing off your pals. All those friends of yours who went cuckoo. You didn't even flinch. Because you're one of them.
Don't fool yourself, Waller. You are too.
I know exactly what I am. I choose not to live in denial. We're done here. Signal the withdrawal.
Well, it would have been nice if we left on somewhat amicable.
I'm not gonna miss her, that's for sure. So, here we are once again. Gotham's safe because of you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it felt pretty good getting my hands dirty. Just like old times, huh? Truth is, after I got ousted, I didn't know my place anymore. Turned into an old guy in civvies, lurking around crime scenes. Trying to stay useful.
I hear there's an opening for a police commissioner. No one's more qualified than you.
That means a lot. And I know I got the support with the rank and file. I have to talk it through with Mrs. Gordon. She's getting used to having me around the house. I gotta take this. Wife probably saw the news. See you around, Batman. Don't be a stranger.
In the middle of the afternoon? What is this game doing? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how we'll handle this.
Batman.
Going somewhere.
Director Waller's leaving Gotham. I'm going with her. I assume you're here about my confession. Joker was gonna cut her from ear to ear. I had to create a distraction. And I just needed to say it. To get it out.
You know I don't condone killing. Not even scum like Riddler.
Riddler had it coming. That maniac stole my father from me. From you too, right?
What do you mean?
I know you worked with my dad. I saw agency records that hinted at your collaboration. Did you care about my father at all? Or did you just use him to make your tech?
Of course I cared about him. Lucius was my friend.
Then you know why I did it. Prison walls couldn't stop Riddler. He showed that when he escaped Peña Dura. Taking him out was the only way to make sure he didn't do more harm. Leave more families without fathers. In the case of maniacs like him, the ends justify any means. It was the right thing to do.
We have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We start murdering criminals, and we're no better than they are.
We'll have to agree to disagree. It's been nice talking, but my ride is waiting.
This isn't over. You will answer for Riddler's death.
When you have evidence that'll stand up in court, give me a call.
Tiffany.
What is it?
Your father's last words were that he loved you, that he was sorry he wasn't around more. You were raised by a good man. You have a good heart. Don't forget that. Don't let your anger define you.
I won't. Thanks, Batman.
Well, fuck, that backfired.
Alfred, Tiffany's gone.
Ah.
I'm coming back to the manor.
Good. There was something I wanted to talk to you about.
Something important?
Better in person, I think.
Then I'll see you soon.
Guess we should have let her know we were Batman. I'm gonna have to Google how the endings could differ, because I'm very curious now. Vacation, Alfred! 50 years.
I was going to write a note, but I'm not a coward. At least I don't want to be. Not anymore. Then again, this won't be the first time I've found my courage in a single molt.
Courage for what?
Saying goodbye. I'm leaving, Bruce. It's time I went in search of better pastures.
You just need rest, Alfred. Why don't you take a long vacation? Like we talked about. Someplace in the sun, on the other side of the world from Gotham.
I rather think this vacation will be permanent.
But why?
Oh.
This war of ours is not what it was when we started. I no longer have the stomach for it. It's not sustainable. At least not for me.
Come on, Alfred. You know I can't do what I do, what we do, without your help.
Well, maybe you don't have to do it at all. Our mission used to be so clear. Catch the criminals, lock them up. But nothing is clear anymore, at least not to me. Now everything has become so gray.
Gray? Talk to me, Alfred.
We used John Doe, exploited his friendship to get you into the pact. We took advantage of someone you met in an asylum, for God's sake. Someone clearly challenged with a proven tendency to violence. If I knew then what I know now, I'd never have let you go through with it. You empowered John Doe, kept him close when you should have put him away, inspired him to become something far more dangerous than he ever was.
What's your point?
Sometimes it's as if Batman creates the evil he means to destroy. For all our good intentions, I fear we only make things worse. A dreadful thought, I know, but one that keeps me awake at night.
Oh, please. There were plenty of criminals around before Batman showed up. I put most of them in jail.
Two-Face, Cobblepot, Lady Arkham, Joker, all they have in common is you. Anyone who comes into contact with us suffers. Lucius is gone. Tiffany has blood on her hands. She's Waller's creature now, driven to her by our secrets. Another casualty of our mission. The lives we touch are touched by pain. Friends, colleagues, innocents. No one is spared.
You think I want that? We can fix the problem, Al, but not if we run from it.
Unless we are the problem. Leaving this all behind might be the only solution. One thing is for certain, my tremors are gone.
That's great news, Al.
They stopped the minute I made the decision to go. I thought it was the kidnapping with Lady Arkham that caused them, some kind of residual trauma. But I had it wrong. This sense of powerlessness I've been feeling, it came from something I saw in you. The tremors, the fainting spells, all of it.
Alfred, I'm so sorry. I've caused you so much pain.
No, please, don't misunderstand me. Let me explain. Your father was driven by an obsession, by a need to control. He rushed headlong into the darkness, thinking himself invincible, oblivious to the cost. Just like you.
Not like me. I chased that darkness away.
And yet, history is repeating itself. I'm more certain of that with every passing day. Don't you see? Your paths may diverge, but they end in the same place. Face down in an alley. Shot in the dark by criminals in some godforsaken corner of Gotham. I won't be witness to that. I won't bury you, too. I stood by and did nothing while Thomas destroyed himself, along with everything he loved. I enabled him, like I've been enabling you. Realizing this, I've never felt so helpless. I wanted things to be different for you, my boy. You deserved a better life than the one I gave you. I failed you, and for that I'm sorry.
You did the best you could, Al. In a single night, the family was shattered, and you were left to pick up the pieces.
I may have picked them up, but I did a poor job sticking them back together. Well, I don't want to miss my flight. There's always traffic around the airport. You don't have to do it, Bruce. There are other ways of doing good in the world. But you pour everything into your bloody crusade, and I know you too well to hope you'll ever change.
Oh, God. Ah!
You're right, Al. It's who I am. I will always be Batman. And that will never change.
I know. Rubbish goes out on Tuesday, and there's lasagna in the freezer. I'm sure you'll manage.
Over the season, your relationships have been affected by your actions and decisions within the story. I feel we totally failed Tiffany on that. Oh, man.
You got that look in your eye, the kind that says you're trouble.
Agency asset Harley Quinn. You and 50.1% of players dismissed her importance to the agency. Harley took cruel delight in getting you to say you were part of the pact in front of Tiffany. She loved that Bane was left behind at the convoy raid, allowing her to take control of the pact. So I'm curious, if we helped Bane instead of Harley, would that whole dynamic change? Harley felt a momentary sadness when you admitted your treachery, but still condemned you to death. Oh, could she not have done that? Oh, I'm absolutely have to Google this stuff. Harley was heartbroken when you convinced John to subdue her. While she still works for the agency, Harley worries she's just another one of Waller's pawns.
Thunderbolt! I'm the whole goddamn hurricane!
Director of the agency, Amanda Waller. You and 40.2% of players remain in a stalemate with her. What? Waller was furious that you tampered with her witness after Riddler first resurfaced in Gotham. She disapproved of you calling Gordon after your first fight with Bane. Waller was beyond angry when you blew your cover with the Pact. She declared you an enemy of the state for siding with John Doe at the Gotham Bridge. Though your stalemate with Waller stands, she left Gotham as your enemy. Yeah, I kind of wanted to not do that, but apparently we ended up doing that.
Gotham's safety is slipping out from under me and I can't stand it!
Partners, Jim Gordon. You and 59.6% of players accepted Gordon's apology. Gordon was humbled that you would trust him with your secret association with Lucius Fox. When Waller berated you for tampering with her witness, Maury, Gordon supported you. You felt trusted when you called him following Bane's initial attack. Gordon felt sick that he demanded you give up Catwoman to a GCPD ambush. He was grateful when you forgave him for losing his self-control and letting Waller get to him.
I weighed my options and what can I say? I don't like to lose.
Agency asset Catwoman. You and 35.1% of players made no deal with Waller on Selina's behalf. After her return to Gotham, Selina was relieved when you said you thought redemption was possible. After you neglected to warn her about a GCPD ambush, Selina felt on edge around you. She was honored to be invited into the Batcave, your secret sanctum. Selina was horrified that Harley sentenced you to death when you blew your cover with the Pact. You left Catwoman's fate up to Waller, and she reluctantly serves on the agency's covert task force. Yeah, but I figured we would at least have time to figure out how to disable the collar and stuff. Oh, we totally failed her.
I won't let you down.
We totally failed her. I feel so bad. Agent Fox, Tiffany Fox. You and 5.7% of players left Tiffany questioning her role in the agency. Okay, that's something at least. Tiffany felt betrayed when you admitted your involvement in Lucius's death. I was hoping, I knew she was gonna take that bad, but I was hoping in like another episode or two she'd be like, okay, you told me the truth, I appreciate, like, you know, calm down kind of thing. I didn't think she was gonna like be pissed forever. She was terrified when you admitted to being part of the Pact in her father's lab. After she realized you were working with the agency, she regretted calling the GCPD on you. She hinted at her reluctance to join the agency, feeling neglected when you didn't try to stop her. Oh no! I think that's the key point. I think up to then I was just like, I'm not liking how this is turning out, but it's, you know, could be worse. I didn't want to push her because I didn't. Oh God. Your final words to Tiffany left her wondering if she did the right thing. Well, I feel a little better, but I still think we fucked up horribly.
The criminally insane. You're drawn to them, aren't you?
COO Wayne Enterprises? What? Oh, that's a hell of a job we gave her. Iman Avesta, you and 54.9% of players asked her to come work for you. That's actually pretty low. I thought it would be higher, but I guess maybe our relationship would be sour and we wouldn't do it if we hated each other. Avesta was traumatized by Riddler's game and the loss of her hearing. She was apologetic when you chastised her for revealing your secret identity to Waller. Avesta was intrigued that you trusted John Doe to find Harley after she escaped Sanctus. After helping you blackmail Waller, Avesta is hopeful about her new position at Wayne Enterprises. That's good. Oh.
If a man hides in plain sight for that long, does he forget who he really is?
Oh, Alfred. Parts unknown, Alfred Pennyworth. You and 58% of players let Alfred go rather than giving up Batman's crusade. After you watched the footage of Lucius' violent demise, Alfred was filled with vengeance. When you failed to dissuade Tiffany from joining the agency, Alfred feared for her well-being. Oh, that was such an important moment we screwed up. After collapsing in the Batcave, Alfred felt reassured that you agreed that he needed a vacation. He soon became gravely concerned by Batman's continued influence on the vigilante Joker. Alfred left Wayne Manor, anguished that your crusade against criminals would consume you.
We're two threads in the same stitch, bound together, even under strain.
Fallen friend, John Doe. You and 54% of players told Joker you were still friends. Wow, that's high. I didn't think that many people would. John was annoyed when you blew him off at Lucius's funeral, refusing to meet his friends. He was proud that he brought you into the Pact, resulting in a successful raid on the agency convoy. John was shocked that you blew your cover with Harley, inviting her wrath. After you trusted him in the funhouse, John devoted himself to helping you clean up Gotham. Oh, okay, that was a key moment. Joker thinks you're as crazy as he is for considering yourselves friends. I mean, granted, the option didn't say lie, but I still lied about. It's kind of annoying the game doesn't let you lie when I want to lie. Did you save Willie or Agent Harrison? You and 70% of players saved Willie. 14.5% of players hesitated during Bane's attack. 15.4% of players saved Agent Harrison. Did you agree to hand over Joker to Waller? You and 68.5% of players refused to hand over Joker to Waller. Wow, that's pretty high. Interesting. Did you give up the cowl so Alfred would stay? You and 58% of players chose to never give up being Batman. 5.7% of players refused to hear Alfred's last words. 36.3% of players told Alfred you would give up being Batman. How do you refuse to hear his last words? Which Joker did you defeat? You and 55.1% defeated Vigilante Joker. Oh, that's so cool. So we could actually not make him a vigilante and he'd be oh, that's so neat. Photos collected. Interesting. I like how Catwoman's in that one. Interesting.
Visitor for John Doe.
I'm trying to think who it would be.
Bruce!
Oh shit! No. Clayface? Really? Oh my god, because we lost Alfred, did we kind of go off the deep end? Oh my god. What have we done? Return to the Batcave. Relationships and choices. I assume that's just what we went through. Oh, okay. This is just giving the graph kind of thing. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. That just goes through. Okay. Bat tech color. Oh, I could change. Import save from Telltale account. Yeah, so I was looking at this. I didn't mention it. I could have imported my save from the first game into the second game. But to do so, I would have to have uploaded my save file to Telltale and then basically download it into this game. Which I don't think you can do anymore because I think not long after this came out, Telltale went under. There is a new company called Telltale, and I think it's run by some of the same guys. But I think it's basically a different company now. But regardless, I think the website for uploading and downloading doesn't exist anymore. So I don't think we could. So that makes me feel a little bit better because I just can't believe I deleted my... or uninstalled the game and deleted my saved files without even thinking about that. And that's it. Damn, that was a heck of a ride. Holy shnikes, I can't get over that. I need to, like, take a moment and breathe. I feel... Tiffany and Alfred, I feel so bad. We screwed that up. We screwed that up so bad. Such a shame. Anyway, that was Batman: The Enemy Within. I hope you guys enjoyed playing with me as I did playing. And we will be back on Monday with some other game. I have to figure that out. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate it. And I will see you next time.